Hey, what's going on? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Rich. It's December 4th, 2025, 9:14 a.m. Your boy is early. Your boy is early. I don't have the nervousness of starting stream, and my bladder is just like going crazy. So because I'm always nervous. I don't know. So, we got all that stuff out the way. There's some news. We got initial jobless claims. Everyone has jobs. Everyone's employed. America is employed. Everyone's working. There is no recession. There is no AI bubble. We're good. America's good. America is great again. I had to take a sip of my concoction, my Red Bull water ice concoction. You know, Big Daddy Trump, he solved everything. You know, he did everything for us. Mm. So that was this morning at 8:30. Uh, the initial job claims did really well, apparently. We have some more news at 10. I forgot what that is. This is not manga. This is taco. This is taco. Yeah, right. um, recently viewed. No. Oh, this is why I couldn't find it yesterday. Why did it switch up like that? I'm like, what the hell? I couldn't find Tesla yesterday on this list. All right, there we go. All right, so today I'm going to be bullish. I'm going to be extremely bullish today. I'm going to short the lows. If anything, turn around. I'm gonna go from there. Yesterday, uh, midday, I forgot what time, but one of my contracts just started to explode. That thing went up like 200%. That was nice. That was nice. So I was able to get in there, get in that, sell that. Um, yeah. I am gonna be bullish, but I'm gonna take it slow because we do have a technical gap up. So maybe we're just gonna gap and go, or they might run it. There's just so many things that they can do. The other day they ran it long. We gapped up, they ran it long, and then they cut it in the middle of the day. That was crazy. They cut that bitch like around 11 something. So like that was nasty. But then again, there's other times where they just let that thing go. They just let that thing go. I think what I want to start doing, I want to start opening up positions, long term positions. Start filling out a portfolio. So I'm gonna start getting into longer plays, um, and actual long positions. So I'm gonna start filling out that portfolio soon. I'm gonna start on it uh, this week and next week, so I can have it. So I can have a filled out portfolio or a really good skeleton. I think I want to do that. A really good skeleton. I'm just going to get some base positions. I want to strengthen those positions before the end of the year. So that's my focus. Yeah, having the long term is great. Yeah, believe it or not, it's all about the long term. It's all about the long term. Because then from your long term plays, you can start opening up option plays on those. So I'm going to start focusing on that a little bit more, and maybe do like one or two, because usually they only give you like one or two channels a day to work with. So if you catch it, you can throw weight on it. You can throw the weight of your portfolio on it. But if you don't, you can only open up a couple contracts because you don't know when they're going to get cut. So there's been times when I have 80% of my buying power, and it's like fuck, because I didn't jump in nothing. I was in something small, and it did something. It's just that I just didn't have confidence to put the weight into it. And then I was thinking about there's different like styles of trading because I've been looking at it, one way. One day someone asked me if I had calls and puts. Sometimes that's a hard question to answer because if someone is new, they will understand. you know, because you can be bullish. You know, you can be bullish. You open up a put. I mean, you open up a call at the bottom of the channel. The channel goes, and it's bullish for the day. But then, you know, it's early, but they're gonna cut it. You got in good, so now you're gonna open up your put at the top of the channel. You're gonna keep your call. You're gonna ride that put out, sell the put, and then that call, and then you're gonna load up on that call as it's coming back up. I mean, there's just so many different ways of really riding it and doing it. You can go one contract at a time, just one, or you can do a series, one call, one put. I like one call, one put. That's not bad because if you get the right range on that call and put, then you're gonna follow where the market's gonna go outside of just waiting for that momentum. You know, but the zero dates are different. Then you gotta back out of the day. You know, because if it's a slow grind, low volume, the zero dates aren't going to reflect that. You have to go out 2 3 days. So although you're trading zero dates, also remember, um, you also have 2 3 days out to your disposal as well. Now these past couple of days we've been gapping up. We've been inching up. Today is I think it's a little bit more to the upside. But the zero dates are essentially just yep, zero dates a whole different world. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a whole different world. It's a it's a whole different world. Like you really gotta oh my gosh, like the rinsing, like what they do, sometimes you might hear me like murmur and like, rant about something. Well, it's stuff like that that's happening, you know. Yeah, yeah. So we're gonna We're gonna get ready. What time is it right now? It's 9:24. We got 6 minutes. Do a little stretch. Re up my little drinky drink. I'm already one Red Bull in. Alright. This Red Bull is the berry drink. Alright, there we go. Let's get it. Alright. Alright, so I did some of the journal already. I updated some of the journal. You can put a mid on. What else? All right, I got him up. So yesterday pre-market we hit a high 683, low 682. Yesterday's high 684. We already hit a pre-market high. We're already at 685 and change. Yesterday we hit a 679 low. There was another low underneath that at 676. But we tagged this 679 a couple of times over like the past few trading days. We opened at 680. We had a high 683, but we did no. I think there we go 684. There we go. I'm like, wait, what? So that is like a 4 point range between the high and the low, even in the pre-market low. And we blew through that pre-market high. So today we have today's Thursday, 12/4. We have big news at 10. I just kept that big news up there. We hit a high of 680. Actually, no, 685, because this was before 8:30 when I started doing this, and we got that spike. 685. I think I seen it at 50. I don't know. It's around that range. I'll find it. We can get the right number. Put the right number in there. We got 3 minutes. 48. Pop. Wow, Nvidia and Palantir partner up. All right, no high, no low, no open, no close. I have a couple contracts, pre-market, VIX. That's bullish. We're going to listen to the Joe Rogan podcast today, too. So Trump is getting H200 shipped to China from Nvidia. So that's bullish. That's definitely bullish for Nvidia. I honestly opened up a few plays in Nvidia over the past expiring 12/19, 12/12, and 12/5. I really like the 12/12s and the 12/19s. I'm really liking those 12/19s. Actually, I'm really liking those 12/12s because those 12/12s expire next week. That's awesome. That's not even this week. So that could be big money, especially with this news that we just got. So I'm going to keep those NVIDIA plays. I'll let you guys know what they are. But just know if NVIDIA hits $200 before 12/12, just know your boy got paid. Just know your boy got paid if NVIDIA hits 200 before December 12th. Your boy got paid. SPY. So these past couple of days, of course, the 685s have been on the table. They are now in the money. So those are dead. My calls overnight have moved up a lot, so that is good. I'm happy about that. All right, 9:30. We are in. We have a gap up, pop, pop, pop. If Nvidia fills that gap immediately, that's very extremely bullish. 1594. All right, you see Nvidia filling that gap like immediately. Immediately. All right, so these calls are up roughly 34, 35, but not 30%. We'll call it that. The puts are down respectively. No, actually 40%. There's a skew between the calls and puts. That's why, the number three out of the money call is different price than the put, the respective put. So those are all that's why you see something like that. You just can't open up like an even spread and have it just even money. You got to measure them out. Between you being bullish or bearish. I would say if you're bullish, then you want to have the bigger call and the lower put. Maybe there's a strategy doing it the other way. Maybe you don't know. I don't know. Maybe think about it. Yeah, Grab kind of died. Grab died big time. Yeah, here we go in video. So they said one of the biggest problems Nvidia has is that they have too much money. They have too much money. That sounds like first world problem to me. This is bullish. That is extremely bullish. Extremely bullish. 934. All right, gap filled on SPY. Missed that fast. That was so fast. Oh my god, that was so fast. I missed it that quick. No fucking way. I don't want that. I want this one. That already filled the gap. That gap fill for Nvidia could be good enough. I don't know. Oh my god. You're just getting more expensive. More expensive. Bleh. 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 No. Fuck. I don't want to buy that one. I don't want that one. I want this one. Shoot. No, I don't want that one. I want this one. Mm. Mm-mm. Remember, we have 10 o'clock data. So like I want to pull the trigger, but I want to wait for that 10 o'clock. I'm trying to wait for 10 o'clock. Like I don't want to FOMO. Okay, I don't want to FOMO. But entry is everything. You know, we don't know what's gonna happen. You know, it's like, well, what's in front of you? You know, I would say, you know, you want to lean, but you don't want to lean too much. You know, like you ever run track and then you know you get in your stance and everything. You you want a lean, but you don't want to lean so you can tip over, and you don't want to be too far back to where you're flat-footed. You know, so if you ran track, then you understand exactly what I'm talking about. You know, so those Nvidia joints are going off right now. So so that's what I feel like when it when it comes to trading. You know, when it comes to trading, that's how you want to react. That's how you want to, necessarily be. You know, so when you hear me say, I'm leaning on the calls or I'm leaning bearish or something like that, that's just what it means. But you got to trade what's in front of you. Like how can I put out? I'm not saying I'm writing puts, but how can I write out I can be like looking at puts or something right now when this thing is in such crazy momentum. I wrote my Jones out yesterday, so them Jones eating right now, and they don't expire for a couple weeks. We have FOMC on Wednesday, next Wednesday, and the market is very bullish about that. Last time we hit 194 on Nvidia, so that's roughly $12 away from here. I figure we can definitely hit that around FOMC. So I gave myself a little bit more time to do an extra week. I think 2 extra weeks, even beyond that, to make sure that shit like I'm in there, so they're not crazily expensive. So I feel really good about those Nvidia calls. If we get, unless we get something crazy between now and then, I mean, go to war, Argentina or some shit. Like, I mean, anything can happen in the market. But that's my play right there to that side. Now, when it comes to over here, what time is this? 9:40. All right, so look, I guess we can start our count right here. No, that's only 31. Technically, we do have a high. Technically, we do have a high. That's the highest high. So we got these 31. That's probably 31. That was the high day right there that we opened up with 685, 37. It's there. We might as well mark it. Put it in our time count. 90, 98. Apple's on the bottom end. Nvidia's on the top end. Tesla's on the top end. Yeah, Meta going crazy. Meta's on the top end. All right, this came up. All right, so again, we're waiting for that 10 o'clock mark. So like 10 o'clock, because we got data at 10, I'm not outside of everything I wrote yesterday. I didn't write anything yet. Because although I'm bullish, you know, um, you gotta let this stuff play out. This is all going down right here, you know. So I don't want to write a call then. This isn't looking like confidence to write a call then. You can go shopping, start shopping for the right call that you want. Right now is a great time to go window shopping. So many great deals right now. Ooh, look at that. Look at that one. You were just at $40. Now you're at 30. Mm. I just I made $10 already, for that one contract. I might buy four of them. It goes back up to 40. I made $40 off that right there. And I got in cheaper. But look at Nvidia. And I figure if Nvidia is the market, we're going to do what the market is going to do. So if Nvidia is the market, in my theory, so the way I put it together was, if I think Nvidia is doing is going to carry what the market is going to do, what the SPY is going to, influence the SPY. Okay, I believe Nvidia is going to influence the SPY. So if the SPY is going to, hit all-time highs and start rocketing, well, Nvidia has to participate in that. So in order for me to Um, in order for me to be a part of that SPY move in the long term, where can I get in there cheapest? You know, buy shares or buy Nvidia contracts, because I can buy cheaper Nvidia contracts over, for 2 weeks rather than 2 weeks out on SPY. Because if I go to December, let's go to December 19th. Them Jones 500, 400, 400 for 492. The 690s are 500. If I go to Nvidia and I go to something expiring December 19th, it's a little bit cheaper, but I'm looking for the 200s. The 200s are way cheaper, They're $100. They're less than $100 actually. You go a little bit cheaper if you want something a little bit safer. We already hit 194 the other day. You can buy the 194s for 200, less than 200, 189 right now. I think those are great buys. I should probably pick some of those up actually. I am actually, because they are actually really good. All right. So we're gonna update that. There we go. That's the puppy right there we looking at. There we go. There we go. You see, we just gonna wait. You see, remember, we got 10 o'clock data. 10 o'clock data. So I think we're gonna have like an hour run from like 10 o'clock to like 11:30. I said an hour and I said 11:30. I say 11:30 because that's that's a pivot point. We might keep pushing. We might get more chop around like 10:45, and then we continue to push through to the up. But this news that we get right now that we're about to go into at 10 o'clock, we can follow through because we already broke open and print. You said you window shopping all day. That should seem like it, man. Or like I said, before, about the long term. So I was thinking about, you know, just like, yes, this is a trading, um, channel and everything, but trading is also, having the long term and everything. So I think it'd be responsible, um, of me to be that example, because instead of just gunslinging, because just writing contracts is just gunslinging, day trading. So I want to have something a little bit more stable, and you can still day trade. It's just that now we're going to allot things. So out of $10, we're gonna put $7 here, and we're gonna put $2 here, and then we're gonna day trade with this $1, something like that, or $2. So I was gonna do something. I was gonna get y'all hip to that, get you hip to that. If you wanna know, I don't know if you or you want that, but there's maybe there's someone out there, someone else out there that just need a little bit more help and guidance. And it'd be more healthy too. It's a lot more healthy to have a long term, because you're always participating in the market with the long term anyway. But the finesse is, um going there and changing things around. So I think it was like my 401k. I went in there and I changed everything around, because those guys are kind of, some of those guys don't know what they're doing. So when I went in there myself and I changed all my investments and everything myself, um my return grew like a lot. Like I did really, really good, when I went in there and I changed things around, because they have like an auto investor in there. They have a auto investor in there that where they're going to put money, but they're going to put money where they're getting paid to put money in. But even if they start getting paid from the choices that I have, the choices that I made were better. Once I learned that I was able to do that, yeah, things got real. I have a long term with all dividend ETFs as well. It's passive income. Yeah. You see, look at SPY. Look at SPY. Those calls were looking beautiful. Well, not yeah, they were looking nice. There we go. All right, 952. Are you listening to news right now? Yeah, Apple's been running for the past couple of days. Put some Apple today would be nice. Look at SPY. Is this a lower high? We're going to do a lower high right here at 57. Lower high 683.85. This is actually another lower high at 42. That's another lower high right there. All right, so that's our direction that we're going right now this morning. Boom, boom, boom. We're definitely going lower. High day, boom, right off the bat. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I thought so. So if I feel as though the market is going to do what NVIDIA is going to do, let's see if the market is going to do what NVIDIA is doing. Now remember, the contracts that you buy, man, they don't have to be expensive. It's like they don't gotta be a buck and change. You know? They don't gotta be $2. $1.50, 120. They don't even gotta be 90 cents, bro. Now that's to your risk tolerance. Because that $150 contract could turn into 130 in 10 seconds. You know? And then you like shit, you like that's just too much. That's too much right there. So you sell it, but that's a short term thing, in about 20 minutes. I think about to run up to 240, but you out of it. You lost. But when you have a contract, even at the same price, even if it's all about your entry. You could have bought into it at 150. I mean, you could have bought into it at 90. Then it matured up to 150, but now it drops to 130. But you like cool, you can take that because you're still bullish. And although it's doing all this wiggle waggle shit that it does, you can still hold on to it. And that's the point of writing the right contract for like long term. So I thought anywhere around 200 we're good for Nvidia. So even if it drops more today, then I still want to buy something for like 200, but before December or around early January. That's me personally. Me personally. Not financial advice. It's just my advice to myself. Is there anything else in the Mag 7 that's Dancing with Spy? Anything else Dancing with Spy? Because right now, this, as the spy, think of it if someone like hurt their ankle and they got their friend and their friend is helping them. Now, in this example, I don't know who got the sprained ankle. I don't know who got the sprained ankle, but I do know Nvidia is helping them. I don't know who got the sprained ankle. Because wherever one go, the other person they not too far, or maybe they're love struck, or maybe it's someone that's love struck. Because it looks like Nvidia wants to fill that gap, and it looks like the spy has to do that too. Because isn't this? That's that. The night green kicked in. That was right there, and they're both in right there. But look at that, man. This is a M. This is a preschooler's M. This is a baby M. This is how a baby read an M. This is a baby's M right there. Boom. You know, they're getting their hand together. They're getting a crown. You know, they fisting the whole crown in the whole hand, and then they put it down, and they go down with for the M, and then they go up to actually make the curve of the M, and then they come down in the middle, John, and then they boom. But the video was like, all right, boom, M, bang, bang. He said, what else? He's about to go into the next letter. He's about to go to the next letter. So you can see, so you know, they're definitely uh in accord with one another. Apple. That's the second time I hit that. That might be good. That might be good. This might be a good price. All right, it's 10:05. Yeah, I seen that Putin in India. That's crazy. I was gonna watch that shit. All right, so I got a beak wetter. I bought a call. I got a call down here. It was over here. It wasn't right here. But we're gonna do this bottom tick over here at 59. At 59. Ugh. Ugh. Can we cheat and do 10? We can cheat and do 10. We're gonna cheat. We're gonna cheat and do 10. We're gonna cheat and do 10. New low of day. We can do the 6 number because it's actually like tagged it. It's like right next to the tag. It's right next. No, that tag is a little bit higher actually. 10 o'clock. This is 82.92. That's 82.92. If we're going to do it, we might as well just do it. All right. All right, so it's cool. We wait. I could have made a little bit more money if I waited a little bit longer. If I would have waited a little bit longer, maybe I could have squeezed out a couple more bucks. Oh yeah, NVIDIA. You want anything under 200. We want 200 and under for NVIDIA. 200 and under for NVIDIA. That's what we want. Even these aren't horrible. Those aren't horrible. Those aren't horrible at all. All right. All right, this looks like a firm support, but I about to say, but this doesn't. I don't know. I wonder. You came close. You didn't even tag it back at 935. That was low. You can see. What are you doing? Are you going to chill here while NVIDIA run back in the crib, grab his bag? Then y'all going to go? Run in the crib. You forgot something. You like, all right, bet. Oh yeah, no, you got to fill that gap. All right, now we're going to see what now we're going to see. We're going to evaluate the market now. Now we're going to check it. Now we're going to judge it. We're going to see if this is the low. If we're going to pull in more low. Yesterday we hit a low of 79. Look, we hit that 71.79 again. We hit it again. Right here, 179. What the fuck? No, okay, we're good. Wednesday, low, 79. Tuesday, low, 79. Monday, 78. Hopping 73. Call it 79. Just to make it look good. Just to make it look good. I thought I did this. Shoot. So our low 79. So we can see maybe that's just a support. Is that support? Nvidia, do your thing. Yep. Just do your big drop. Feel that. It doesn't look like SPY wants to go down there. I'm looking at December 5th. The 690s. I think I want to trade the 690s. December 5th, 690s. If you want to know what I'm looking at, that's what I'm looking at. Nvidia still in the shower. Yeah, right. SPY honking the horn and shit. Yo, I'm trying to go. Look at this consolidation. As Nvidia still is trying to fill the gap, but the SPY is like, yo, I'm trying to go, bro. Look, even what's the name dropped too. I know. VIX went up a little bit. Let's go 1640. We're gonna mark this. 10:17 a.m. So we have a slight VIX spike. Shoot, I knew I should have bought more of those calls. Well, I mean, I'm not getting that bad of a difference. You have to be so freaking bipolar with trading. It's like crazy. You know what? See if we can put something on. Oh, the Jensen joint. I'm gonna cue that up. We're gonna watch that later. When we get into our lull pay, although right now it's kind of lully, if we still got news, I'm still listening to news and shit. You know, like there's other people that do news. They don't trade. They invest, but you know they don't trade. So they go around finding news and everything. Me, I'm trading, so I don't got time to go news because I'm looking at the contracts and everything. So so you know, I'm. It's not that I'm like being quiet and I'm just not. You know, it's just that like I'm trying to work. You know, if I wasn't trading, then I can be more vocal, more, you know, I mean, I told you what contract I'm looking at, but just other stuff that's going on behind the scenes, you know. I was thinking about another model for the channel to help people trade, but then I'm not able to effectively trade the way I want to trade. You know, so I don't know how, you know, I can find compensation through that. You know, back in the day, they used to have a sniping system. They used to have two people per computer. Remember the video we watched? Two people per computer. You know, well, you have a sniper and you have an executor because the one, you know, one person can't do everything at the same time. You know, so I was thinking about sniping, but then you know I would have to rely on tips. But I could probably make more money through trading. Like I'll be able to get some of the plays, but then like there's like certain ways you have to call everything out. You know, certain things you have to say so you can, you know, tell people, you know, give them the edge on what's going on. Robinhood moving. This is a lot of consolidation. Bullish, bullish. Bullish, bullish. What is that? That's someone else. This isn't owning NVIDIA. Microsoft, Tesla on the down. Microsoft, Tesla. Meta gap. Oh yeah, Meta gap up, up, up. Fuck. Fuck. There. Oh, shit. Yep. That's big, boy. That is big. Through that big move NVIDIA didn't you see? That wasn't NVIDIA. This wasn't NVIDIA. NVIDIA participated, of course, a little bit there, but that wasn't even NVIDIA. They got pushed. If you go back to the analogy of the hurt ankle and someone helping them, well, they got pushed. Someone came up behind him and pushed him. That call got hurt. It didn't get hurt that bad. They got pushed. That's crazy. What was that? I'm looking for it right now. That wasn't a rejection because they were on a. Oh, that was a rejection actually. Huge rejection. That was a rejection. That whole dip was bought right back the fuck up. Bought right up. Damn. Damn, that thing fucking shit. I missed it. Oh, I missed it. And I'm mad that I missed it, so I'm still not buying. And I'm just looking at it. Damn, that thing got down to $20. I should have just loaded. I should have fucking just loaded the boat. I should have just loaded the fucking boat. Oh, what did I get down to? I better not see something crazy. Nah, it hit lower than that. Nah, that motherfucker hit lower than that. That shit did not hit that. Damn. Damn. Oh, I hope that don't bite me in the ass. Please don't bite me in the ass. That's 10:30 alarm. Don't worry, the cuck already happened. It already happened. What time is this? 27. 3 minutes. It already happened. This was the cuck. This is the 10:30 cuck. It already happened. It started at 23, 24, and it completed right there on the money. 10:30 on the money, right there. Ah, that's the 10:30. That's the 10:30 right there. Ah, oh, I wasn't ready. Fuck, I wasn't ready. I knew. Dude, that 690 got down to $20. $20. That bitch is at $26 already. That's how fast. This isn't even 0 day. This is 1 day out. $20, man. That motherfucker's about to hit $30 right now. I could have bought all that 20. I would have hit 50% already. I would have hit 50 fucking percent already, bro. They made no choice. I think it's Apple. Apple doing all that. Hell, man. You see, now that's the math right there when it comes to options. You know, everything is math. You know, the letters slow you down. When you got to mess with letters start slowing you down. When you got to start reading stuff. But when you start doing math, it's fast. Boom, boom, boom. Easy, easy, easy. You see, because I knew how much I bought the contract for. I seen how much that they got down to. You know, I seen how much they got the $40 earlier this morning. The D690s. They got the $40. I could have loaded the boat. I could have at least bought 5 of these things for 20. We know we about to hit that 40. You know, off that 5, I can sell 2. I'm in profit principal. Crazy. 3 profit principal. Because 2 would just be 40. No, 80. No, 280. 2. Because they go up to 40. That's the profit principal off 2. You still got 3 runners. Crazy, man. You see shit like that. Shit like that. I missed it. I fucking missed it right there. That was it. I was thinking about missed it. Missed it. No, we didn't hit 79. We didn't hit 79 today. Insane. Well, I think 690s are gold. They are gold. The absolute gold. Absolute gold. I messed up on that flash sale. We're going to wake up tomorrow. Those 690s are going to be in the money. They're going to be in the fucking money. be so pissed. I'm going to be so fucking pissed. I wake up, those things are in the fucking money. My goodness, I'll be so mad. I'll be so mad. I've never been so mad right now that I'm like even I'm so pissed right now. Actually, I'm pretty livid. Pretty fucking livid. Cause it's not like I don't know my fucking shit. I should have pulled the fucking trigger. I knew I should have pulled the trigger. Fuck. What? I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. And look at it. It's just gone. It's just gone. Can't believe I did that. Ah! Shit. I'm not crying. You're crying. I'm not crying. You're crying. I've never been so mad making money before. Like for real. Because I was right there. I seen those contracts and that dip got bought up so freaking quick. Ah, so freaking quick. So I would have bought more. I would have picked more up at $20. They're at $32 right now. That's over 50% right now on those contracts. So even if I would have bought just 5 of them, that 100 would have been 150 already. That 100 would have been 150 already. Just like that. Boom. Damn, bro. Sorry that happened. Chuh. Chuh. I noticed. I'm always getting. I'm always getting better. I'm always trying to improve my technique. Okay. and ground myself in my philosophies, because you have to do that. You must have a philosophy. Okay. Although I'm not a bear or a bull, you still got to have an overall philosophy. And that's going to be grounded in your, like, your ABCs. And fuck. Man, that really pisses me off, man. We're gonna wake up tomorrow. This fucking thing is gonna be at fucking all time high. We're gonna go to all time high overnight again. I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. You know what? Technically, I mean, it's still not a bad price. I'm just mad. Like, I seen it at $20. Now I know that I'm buying this at a fucking 50% premium. Because even then, my other contract I bought at $24. So, so it's not like like I didn't hit the bottom. I hit the bottom before, like that was the bottom before, and then that big drop happened. Then, well, $5 knocked off. But it's not going to show it on the charts. Like when you go to the contract, it's not going to show on the contract. The lowest price, that lowest, it's not going to show that because it happened so fucking fast. It was a flash. Because if it wasn't a flash, it would have registered, but it didn't register. That was a flash sale. Mm, mm. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. So that right there was money right there made right there. Like you made serious money. Well, not serious, but that's good. That's good fucking money that you made right there. From there to there, it's good fucking money. That was a big move. This wasn't clean. This wasn't clean. This is consolidation. This was nothing. That's nothing. If you caught this was something. If you caught this was something big. This was something huge. So technically you had one trade, one, two, three. I would say there were three trades so far today, so far on SPY. Anything more, you doing way too much, or just too much. Maybe five trades. Maybe if you say this four, yeah, 4, 5. If you start counting that crazy shit, if you count, if you counting, if you counting this crazy shit as trades, then that's not. Well, then you see the difference. Okay, you say, "Hey, what's the difference between you and me?" Well, there you go. I'm not counting that stuff as trades. This, maybe if you caught that, got lucky. That one, two. This is two, and this is three trade right here. That's how many trades I've seen that were actually tradable today. If you did anything more than that, you're doing too much. uh, anything less than one trade, like if you didn't tack into anything here, then you don't see nothing. Then you know you need more practice. But there's three definite trades there. One, not this, not this. One, two, three. No, not this. I mean, this channel, this was so much consolidation. So if you bought on the top side, if you bought at a low down here, maybe let's sneak one in. I'll sneak one in. If you bought here and you got caught in this consolidation and you got forced to hold and then you sold up there, maybe if you want to sneak one in, I'll give you one. I'll sneak that in for you. I'll sneak that in for you. Because maybe somebody's seen that. Because you could have easily been bullish on the day, bought down here, and then boom. I think that's what I did. When did I buy my call? I think I bought my call down here. Oh wow, yeah. I think I bought my call down here. Because this would have been a great add-on. Because I see this, I'm like, what the fuck? I want to buy more of those 690s. Up here, those 690s were $40. They were $40 around here. And I'm like, okay, I want them, but not at that price. And then I waited. They came down here, got them for 24. Down here, I seen them for 20. I wanted to buy more for 20. That was my money right there. That was my add-on. This was the trade I bought for the upside. This was my add-on. Fuck. Because you got to think, because even if you go to 50%, you got 5 contracts. You know, you sell 3. You sell 3 just to get the money off the table. Now you got 2 runners. Those 2 runners are your profit. You got rid of principal. You made a little bit of profit off those 3 that you sold. Because that's $90. No, so that's minus 10. So the other 2 are profit. So you're in the trade for $10. I'll take that. That's good. You're in for the trade for $10, but you got $60 in the trade. So you're up 50. That's actually not bad. That's actually not bad. You're taking a lot of risk off the table. You still got runners. That is a good trade. That's a really good trade actually. Huh. Interesting. That's a really good trade. That's really good numbers. But this is why you got to watch the contracts. This is why you have to watch them. This is why all those other when YouTubers are saying all this other shit and they're promoting and it's like what? It's like no, you're not doing what you say that you're doing. You're selling. Mm, You're absolutely selling. And now remember, these plays aren't getting hit by theta as much either. The 2 and 3 days out. Put a little bit of apple juice in this. Make this a little bit healthy. All right, the 690s. All right, they're coming back down. They're coming back down. And I am A-okay with that. I missed that channel. You see? That's why when you have multiple like that, you have multiple contracts, you know, you don't gotta go for the big percents. If you can have if you can have 2, if you can get in at a good price to where you can get 5 contracts, because 5 is a good number. Because 5 is allow you when you hit those inspect those percents, you can sell 2 and 3, and then you can have some runners, and with those runners, you can go through some volatility. Excuse me. You know, and 5 is usually a good price. I'm telling you, look at contracts between 30 and $20. That's $150 investment, risk, and you catch the right momentum. You have a good entry, you have a great entry, you have a good number of contracts. You're not swinging for the fences for, $500 contracts, $1,000 contracts, and everything. I mean, if you got the money and you got the risk tolerance, then you can swing for the fences. But I mean, me personally, I think a good to moderate, risk is 150, 100 to 150. Dude, I was so close. I was doing other stuff too on top of looking at that price as well. It just, when I went to go strike, it already started hitting that big bar. I think that big bar kicked in. That's the confirmation bar too. Money isn't made on the easy trades. That's why that 3 bar confirmation is just, you know, if you would have gotten at a good entry, none of this would matter. But even if you would have had multiple contracts and you're playing it extremely safe, once you hit that 50% and you have a few contracts, man, sell that shit. Even 3. I like 5 and 3. 5 and 3 is a perfect number because for 2 contracts, yes, it's cheaper. If they're $20, you're paying 40. But now, you know, you bought you bought 2 for 40. They go up to 30. Now they're at 60. You sell one at 30. So you covered one and you covered the price of half of the other one. You know, that's for 2. Now, if you got 3, you paid 60, it went up to 90. You sell 2 for 60. I'm I'm sorry, yeah. 2 for 60, and that covers the 3. And that last one is your profit. You took risk off the table with 3 contracts. You did 3 contracts, 20 each. It goes up to 30. Now the total is 90. You sell 2 of those contracts for 30 each. That took the risk off the table. Now you got that one runner. That one runner is your profit though. So now you plan with your profit. Easy thing to do with that. Put a stop loss on it. So you definitely got to play around with the numbers. It's definitely a big numbers game. On top of that, also seen these contracts at 40 already on the top, and it was like 42, maybe even 45. Maybe I would have to go back in and take a look. I'm just chilling right now. You see, this is a different trading channel right here. So the price came down on the 90s, but I'm not. Hmm. did we open at? We open at 85. Yeah, 83. All right, those 690s came back down. Those are the ones I want. Oh yeah, I forgot about Netflix buying Warner Brothers. This is consolidation. Last time it did that, it dropped. The Bulls picked it right back up. That's funny. That's funny. These puts are green. Puts are green. Are they gonna make them really green? The calls are red. We're gonna see if they're gonna make them really red or make them green. He's definitely. You better get that watch time up. Yeah, I knew I didn't like this channel. I knew I didn't like this channel. That bottom channel on that flash crash, that was nice, of course. You see how if you see how when theta catches up to the contracts, because those contracts aren't the same price as it was. No, you see, last time they hit this down, they were more expensive. You know, they didn't hit 20 until they were down at that first low over there to the far left. So that's how you know theta is catching up to the contracts, because from that low to the top of that green, that would have been a good trading channel, and then you can make that decision on that play. Now you're in a whole nother trading channel, so there's a whole nother trade happening right now. 11:05. Damn, these bitches dropped a lot. My God. These 685s were they were up before. My goodness. All right, so they're rinsing. Yeah, those puts are growing. Shoot, I should have struck a little bit harder. I did strike right there. I did add on. I got my average down. I got my average down to I think $21 a contract. I should have picked them up when they were $18. A couple of them hit $18. That was a nice price. That was a really nice price because those things are going to explode. Those things are going to explode. All right, he's getting off. All right, you know what? I think right now is a perfect time. Wait, passive exile announcement. Oh wait, never mind. The announcement is today. I'm gonna get that ready. But for right now, all right, I'm gonna mute him actually. For right now, let's listen to this. Excuse me. Oh, that stinks. Oh.
Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Joe.
Good to see you again. We were
great.
just talking about, was that the first time we ever spoke? Or was the first time we spoke at SpaceX?
SpaceX.
SpaceX was the first time. When you were giving Elon that crazy AI chip.
Right. DGX Spark.
Yeah. Ooh, that was a big moment.
That was a huge
That
moment.
felt crazy to be there. I was like,
Holy
these
chopped cheese.
wizards of tech, like exchange information, and you're giving them
Yeah,
this crazy
right.
device.
Oh, I'm about to
you
get
know?
my
And then
average.
the other time
well,
was,
no. Actually, I'm a chill. I'm a
arrows
chill.
in my backyard.
Because
And,
now we're in a whole nother
randomly get
trading
this call from
channel,
Trump, and
you
he's
know,
hanging out with
and
you.
and it's doing
President
some
Trump
weird
called,
stuff.
And I called you.
Yeah, it's just
We were talking about you.
It's just
We were
weird
talking
that
about
he's
you.
called
He was
me.
talking about the UFC thing he was going to do in his front yard.
Yeah.
And he pulls out, Jensen, look at this design. He's so proud of it. And I go, you're going to have a fight in the front lawn of the White House? He goes, yeah, you're going to come. This is going to be awesome. And he's showing me his design and how beautiful it is. And he goes,
How
and
beautiful. it
somehow
is.
your name comes up. He goes, do you know Joe? And I said, yeah, I'm going to be on his podcast. He said, let's call him.
He's like a kid.
I know, let's call him.
And so he's like a
he dialed you up.
79-year-old kid.
He's so incredible.
Yeah, he's an odd
He's
guy.
so incredible.
Just very different. You know, like what you'd expect from him, very different than what people think of him, and also just very different as a president. A guy who just calls you or texts you out of the blue. Also, he makes when he texts you, you have an Android, so it won't go through with you. But with my iPhone, he makes the text go big. Like
Is that right?
USA is respected again. Like all caps, and it makes the text enlarge. It's kind of ridiculous.
Well, the one-on-one Trump, President Trump, is very different.
I'm
He
sorry.
surprised me. First of
I'm
all,
so sorry.
he's an
That's so
incredibly
gross. I'm
good
sorry.
listener. Almost everything I've ever said to him, he's remembered.
Yeah, people don't. They only want to look at negative stories about him or negative narratives about him. You know, you can catch anybody on a bad day. Like, there's a lot of things he does where I don't think he should do. Like, I don't think he should say to a reporter, "Quiet piggy."
Piggy.
Like,
yeah.
that's pretty ridiculous. Also,
Jensen.
objectively funny. I mean, it's unfortunate that it happened to her. I wouldn't want that to happen to her, but it was funny. Just ridiculous that the president.
Jensen can't comment
I wish
on
he
that.
didn't do that. But other than that, like he's
Jensen
an
can't.
interesting
He can't
guy.
comment on
He's
none of that.
a
Keep
lot
all
of
the camera
different
on
things
him. Yep.
wrapped up in
All
one
the camera
person,
on him.
You know.
You know, part of his charm, well, part of his genius is just he says what's on his mind,
Yes.
and that's
Which is like an
Stop blazing.
anti-politician in a
Yeah,
lot of ways.
right. So you know what's on his mind,
The glaze.
It's
The
really what's on
almighty
his mind.
glaze.
Which
and
I
he's
think
telling you
people
what
prefer.
he believes. I do
A
that
lot, some
too.
people. Some people would rather be lied to.
Yeah, but I like the fact that he's telling you what's on his mind. Almost every time he explains something and he says something, he starts with you could tell his love for America, what he wants to do for America, and everything that he
Daddy Trump.
thinks through is very practical and very common sense, and
Yes, he
you know,
is.
it's
He's
very
a very
logical.
practical
And,
man. Daddy, don't say anything
so
bad
the
about
first time
Daddy Trump.
I met him, and so this was
Big
I'd
Daddy
never
Trump.
known him, never met him before, and Secretary Lutnick called, and we met right at the beginning of the administration. And he told me what was important to
Jensen,
President Trump that
Make sure you jiggle him a little bit more, okay? All right, buddy?
that United States manufactures onshore, and that was really important to him because it's
You
important
just
to national
can't
security. He
glaze.
wants to
You
make sure
gotta-
that the important critical
really gotta
technology of our nation is
show 'em
built in the United States,
That
and that we
you-
reindustrialize
you want
and
it.
get good at manufacturing again because it's important for jobs.
You need
It
it.
just seems like
even.
common sense, right?
Incredible common sense, and
And
that was like literally the
your
first
date
conversation
just can't
I had
go
with Secretary
on
Lutnick.
until
And
Daddy
he was
Trump
talking
is
about
satisfied.
how-
And that's
how
keep
that-
going, buddy.
he started our conversation with Jensen. This is Secretary Lutnick, and I just want to let you know that you're a national treasure. NVIDIA is a national treasure, and whenever you need access to
You gotta glaze the
president,
company too.
the administration, you call us.
Because he said that.
We're
Daddy
always gonna
Trump
be
said
available
that.
to you.
He actually said that.
Literally, that was the first sentence,
That's pretty nice.
and it was completely true. Every single time I called, if I needed something, I want to get something off my chest, express some concern, they're always available. Incredible.
It's just unfortunate we live in such a politically polarized society that you can't recognize good common sense things if they're coming from a person that you object to. And that, I think, is what's going on here. I think most people generally, as a country, as a giant community, which we are, it just only makes sense
I
that
give you
we
70%
have
on that,
manufacturing in America, especially critical technology like you're
Come on,
talking
stop.
about. Like,
You
it's
can't-
kind of insane that
You
we buy so much technology from other countries.
That's rhetorical.
If the United States doesn't grow, we will have no prosperity. We can't invest in anything domestically or otherwise. We can't fix any of our problems. If we don't have energy growth, we can't have industrial growth. If we don't have industrial growth, we can't have job growth. It's as simple as that.
Right.
And the fact that he came into office and the first thing that he said was drill, baby, drill. His point is we need energy growth. Without energy growth, we can have no industrial growth. And it saved the AI industry. I got to tell you flat out.
That's what this. You
Pro-growth
see,
energy
so after all the bad
policy,
news that was coming out throughout
we would
with
not be able to build
NVIDIA,
factories for
Hold on.
AI. We would not be able to.
so over the past week and everything, with people talking about Google making new chips, Amazon making new chips. Well, now NVIDIA has to share the market share when it comes to chips, besides AMD. Also Dell, and then there were talks about the AI bubble and everything last week. So this podcast that came out like a couple days ago, this is just Jensen going on a big press release because he did some other press too over the past couple of days. And look at him in the black leather jacket, CEO black leather jacket. That's just a thing that CEOs love doing. You're not a badass CEO unless you're wearing a black leather jacket. But anyway, so that's why Jensen is doing this big press release and he's having all these interviews because he's trying to get the eyes back on NVIDIA. Especially they have these big contracts with the DOJ or the Department of War. So it's crazy how we are seeing a lot of Jensen now.
To build chip factories. We surely won't be able to build supercomputer factories. None of that stuff would be possible. And without all of that, construction jobs would be challenged, right? Electrician jobs. All of these jobs that are now flourishing would be challenged. And so I think he's got it right. We need energy growth. We want to reindustrialize the United States. We need to be back in manufacturing. Every successful person doesn't need to have a PhD. Every successful person doesn't have to have gone to Stanford or MIT. And I think that sensibility is spot on.
They're still brown.
Now, when we're talking about technology growth and energy growth, there's a lot of people that go, "Oh no, that's not what we need. We need to, simplify our lives and get back." But the real issue is that we're in the middle of a giant technology race. And whether people are aware of it or not, whether they like it or not, it's happening. And it's a really important race because whoever gets to whatever the event horizon of artificial intelligence is, whoever gets there first has massive advantages in a huge way. Do you agree with that?
Well, first, I will say that we are in a technology race, and we are always in a technology race. We've been in a technology race with somebody forever.
Right.
Right. Since the Industrial Revolution, we've been in a technology
Since the
race.
Manhattan Project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even going back to
Yep,
the
Trump is his
discovery of
daddy.
energy,
Wild.
The United Kingdom.
Daddy
was
and
where
Elon. Yeah, can you hear this
the
guy? Do you not
Industrial
hear it?
Revolution was, if you will,
Am I just being
invented,
facetious,
when
or
they
I guess
realized that they
like
could
biased
turn
or something?
steam
I don't know,
outside
but
into energy, into electricity.
did you see that cabinet meeting the other day too?
All
The
of that
glaze, the amount of
was
glaze.
invented largely
Trump just
in
went
Europe.
around the table. He just
And the
turned
United
around
States
while everyone took their
capitalized on it.
turn on him.
We were the ones that
They
learned
took his
from
turn, and
it.
they,
We
wiped their
industrialized it.
mouth
We
and cleaned them
diffused it
up, and
faster
then
than
aimed
anybody
them in the
Europe.
next
They were
direction
all
for the
stuck
next
in
person.
discussions about
They just did a,
policy
he just
and
kept turning around
jobs
and,
and disruptions.
they just
Meanwhile,
kept
the United States
polishing
was
it
fine.
up,
We just took the
and
technology and ran with it. And so I think we were always in a bit of a technology race. World War II was a technology race. Manhattan Project was a technology race. We've been in a technology race ever since, during the Cold War. I think we're still in a technology race. It is probably the single most important race. It is the technology it gives you superpowers, whether it's information superpowers or energy superpowers or military superpowers is all founded in technology. And so technology leadership is really important.
Well, the problem is if somebody else has superior technology, right? That's the issue.
That's
and
right.
It seems like with the AI race, people are very nervous about it. Like, Elon has famously said that it's like 80% chance it's awesome, 20% chance we're in trouble. And people are worried about that 20%, rightly so. I mean, that, if you had 10 bullets in a revolver and, you took out 8 of them, you still have 2 in there and you spin it, you're not going to feel real comfortable when you pull that trigger. It's terrifying.
Right.
And when we're working towards this ultimate goal,
America, fuck yeah!
It's impossible to imagine that it wouldn't be of national security interest to get there first.
We should. The question is, what's there? That was the part.
What is there?
Yeah, I'm not sure, and
That's
I don't think anybody really knows.
That's crazy, though. If I ask you, you're the head of NVIDIA.
Yeah.
If you don't know what's there, who knows?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be much more gradual than we think. It won't be a moment. It won't be as if somebody arrived and nobody else has. I don't think it's going to be like that. I think it's going to be things that just get better and better and better and better, just like technology does.
So you are rosy about the future. You're very optimistic about what's going to happen with AI. Obviously, will you make the best AI chips in the world? You probably better be.
If history is a guide, we were always concerned about new technology. Humanity has always been concerned about new technology. There's always somebody who's thinking. There are always a lot of people who are quite concerned. We're quite concerned, and so if history is a guide, it is the case that all of this concern is channeled into making the technology safer. And so, for example, in the last several years, I would say AI technology has increased probably in the last 2 years alone, maybe 100x. Let's just give it a number. Okay? It's like a car 2 years ago was 100 times slower. So AI is 100 times more capable today. Now, how did we channel that technology? How do we channel all of that power? We directed it to causing the AI to be able to think, meaning that it can take a problem that we give it, break it down step by step. It does research before it answers, and so it grounds it on truth. It'll reflect on that answer, ask itself, is this the best, answer that I can give you? Am I certain about this answer? If it's not certain about the answer or highly confident about the answer, it'll go back and do more research. It might actually even use a tool, because that tool provides a better solution than it could hallucinate itself. As a result, we took all of that computing capability and we channeled it into having it produce a safer result, safer answer, a more truthful answer. Because as you know, one of the greatest criticisms of AI in the beginning was that it hallucinated.
Right.
And so if you look at the reason why people use AI so much today, is because the amount of hallucination has reduced. I use it I used it the whole trip over here. And so I think the capability, most people think about power.
Sell it.
And they think about,
Sell it.
maybe as an explosion power. But the technology power, most of it is channeled towards safety. A car today is more powerful, but it's safer to drive. A lot of that power goes towards better handling. I'd rather have you have a 1,000 horsepower truck. I think 500 horsepower is pretty good. No, 1,000 better. I think 1,000 is better.
I don't know if it's better, but it's definitely faster.
Yeah, no, I think it's better. You can get out of trouble faster.
Get out of trouble faster. What you speeding from?
I enjoyed my 599 more than my 612. I think it was better, and more horsepower is better. My 459 is better than my 430. More horsepower is better. I think more horsepower is better. I think it's better handling. It's better control. In the case of
now related
technology,
to
it's
your
also very similar
GPUs, but
in
your
that
newer
way.
GPUs and
so
your older
if
GPUs.
you look at what we're going to do with the next
Round
1,000
it all up
times
for its
of
place.
performance in AI,
You'd be like,
a
oh,
lot of
didn't
it
even
is going
think
to
about
be
that. But
channeled towards more reflection, more research, thinking about the answer more deeply.
So when you're defining safety, you're defining it as accuracy.
Functionality.
Functionality.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does what you expect it to do. And then you take all the technology and the horsepower, you put guardrails on it, just like our cars. We've got a lot of technology in a car today. A lot of it goes towards, for example, ABS. ABS is great. And so traction control, that's fantastic. Without a computer in the car, how would you do any of that?
Right.
And that little computer, the computers that you have doing your traction control is more powerful than the computer that went to Apollo 11. And so you want that technology, channel it towards safety, channel it towards functionality.
Don't do
And
that.
so when people talk about power, the advancement of technology, oftentimes I feel what they're thinking and what we're actually doing is very different.
Well, what do you think they're thinking?
Well, they're thinking somehow that this AI is being powerful, and their mind probably goes towards a sci-fi movie. The definition of power, oftentimes the definition of power is military power or physical power, but in the case of technology power, when we translate all of those operations, it's towards more refined thinking, more reflection, more planning, more options.
I think the big fears that people have is, one, a big fear is military applications.
Yep.
That's a big fear.
Yeah.
Because people are very concerned that you're going to have AI systems that make decisions that maybe an ethical person wouldn't make or a moral person wouldn't make based on achieving an objective versus based on, how it's going to look to people.
Well, I'm happy that our military is going to use AI technology for defense, and I think that Anduril building military technology. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to see all these tech startups now channeling their technology capabilities towards defense and military applications. I think you need to do that.
Yeah, we had Palmer Luckey on the podcast, and he was demonstrating some of the
Yeah, it's
stuff with his
incredible.
helmet on. And he showed some videos how you could see behind walls and stuff. Like, it's nuts.
And he's actually the perfect guy to go start that company. by the way.
100%. Yeah, 100%. It's like he was born for that. Yeah, he came in here with a copper jacket on. He's a freak. It's awesome. He's awesome. But it's also an unusual intellect channeled into that very bizarre field is what you need.
And I think I think I'm happy that we're making it more socially acceptable. There was a time where when somebody wanted to channel their technology capability and their intellect into defense technology, somehow they're vilified. But we need people like that. We need people who enjoy that part of application of technology.
Well, people are terrified of war, so it makes sense.
Best way to avoid it has excessive military might.
Do you think that's absolutely the best way? Not diplomacy, not working stuff out?
All of it.
All of it.
Yeah.
You have to have military might in order to get people to sit down with you.
Right, exactly. Yeah. All of it.
Otherwise, they just invade.
That's right. Why ask for permission?
Again, like you said, history. Go back and look at history.
That's right.
When you look at the future of AI, and you just said that no one really knows what's happening,
Right.
do you ever sit down and ponder scenarios? What do you
it's
think
always
is, like,
best
case scenario
to have the big
for
stick.
AI over the next 2 decades?
It doesn't mean you have to use the big stick, but they
the
know
best case scenario is that
you got that
AI
stick.
diffuses into
You got that big stick,
everything that we do, and
and you are not afraid to use it.
everything's more efficient. But
That's military power.
the threat of war remains a threat of war. Cybersecurity remains a super difficult challenge. Somebody is going to try to breach your security. You're going to have thousands of millions of AI agents protecting you from that threat. Your technology is going to get better. Their technology is going to get better, just like cybersecurity. Right now, while we speak, we're seeing cyber attacks all over the planet on just about every front door you can imagine. And yet, you and I are sitting here talking. And so the reason for that is because we know that there's a whole bunch of cybersecurity technology in defense. And so we just have to keep amping that up, keep stepping that up.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. When your phone plan's as good as Visible, you've got to tell your people. It's the ultimate wireless hack to save
I got
money and still
premium.
get great coverage and a
I
reliable
shouldn't be
connection.
hearing this.
Get one-line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for $25 a month. Taxes and fees included, all on verse. Encryption is going to be obsolete. Encryption is
I
just
got
it's no
premium,
longer
yo.
going to
I
protect
shouldn't be
data.
hearing
It's
no
no longer going to
advertisement.
protect systems. Do you anticipate that ever being an issue, or do you think it's as the defense grows, the threat grows, then defense grows, and it just keeps going on and on and on, and they'll always be able to fight off any sort of intrusions?
Not forever. Some intrusion will get in, and then we'll all learn from it. And you know, the reason why cybersecurity works is because, of course, the technology of defense is advancing very quickly. The technology offense is advancing very quickly. However, the benefit of the cybersecurity defense is that socially, the community, all of our companies work together as one. Most people don't realize this. There's a whole community of cybersecurity experts. We exchange ideas, we exchange best practices, we exchange what we detect. The moment something has been breached, or maybe there's a loophole or whatever it is shared by everybody. The patches are shared with everybody.
That's interesting.
Yeah, most people don't realize this.
No, I had no idea. I've assumed that it would just be competitive like everything else. And they would keep
we
secrets.
work together, all of us.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Has that always been the case?
It surely has been the case for about 15 years. It might not have been the case long ago, but this.
What do you think started off that cooperation?
People recognizing it's a challenge and no company can stand alone.
Mm.
And the same thing is going to happen with AI. I think we all have to decide, working together to stay out of harm's way is our best chance for defense. Then it's basically everybody against the threat.
And it also seems like you'd be way better at detecting where these threats are coming from and neutralizing them, too.
Exactly, because the moment you detect it somewhere,
Right.
you're going to find out right away.
It'll be really hard to hide.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's how it works. That's the reason why it's safe. That's why I'm sitting here right now instead of, locking everything down on NVIDIA.
It's
not only am I watching my own back, I've got everybody watching my back, and I'm watching everybody else's back.
It's a bizarre world, isn't it? When you think about that,
And
cyber
this
threats.
idea about cybersecurity is unknown to the people who are talking about AI threats. I think when they think about AI threats and AI cybersecurity threats, they have to also think about how we deal with it today. Now, there's no question that AI is a new technology, and it's a new type of software. In the end, it's software. It's a new type of software, and so it's going to have new capabilities. But so will the defense. We'll use the same AI technology to go defend against it.
So do you anticipate a time ever in the future where it's going to be impossible, where there's not going to be any secrets, where the bottleneck between the technology that we have and the information that we have, information is just all a bunch of ones and zeros. It's out there on hard drives, and the technology has more and more access to that information. Is it ever going to get to a point in time where there's no way to keep a secret?
I don't think
Because it
so.
seems like that's where everything is kind of headed in a weird way.
I don't think so. I think the quantum computers were supposed to
Right.
quantum computers will make it possible. Will make it so that the previous encryption technology is obsolete. But that's the reason why the entire industry is working on post-quantum encryption technology.
What
now.
would that look like?
New algorithms.
But the crazy thing is when you hear about the kind of computation that quantum computing can do,
Yeah.
and the power that it has,
Yeah.
where you're looking at all the supercomputers in the world, it would take billions of years, and it takes them a few minutes to
Yeah,
solve these
right.
equations. Like, how do you make encryption for something that can do that?
I'm not sure, but but I've got a bunch of scientists who are working on that.
Boy, I hope
Yeah.
they could figure it out.
Yeah, we got a bunch of scientists who are expert in that.
Is
And
the
then-
ultimate fear that it can't be breached, that quantum computing will always be able to decrypt all other quantum computing encryption?
I don't
That
think
it just
so.
gets to some point where it's like, stop playing the stupid game. We know everything.
I don't think so.
No?
Because I'm history is guide.
History's a
history is a
guide
guide.
before AI came around. That's my worry. My worry is this is a totally, it's like history was one thing, and then nuclear weapons kind of changed all of our thoughts on war, and mutually assured destruction got everybody to stop using nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
My worry is that
The thing is, Joe, is that AI is not going to, it's not like we're cavemen and then all of a sudden one day AI shows up. Every single day, we're getting better and smarter because we have AI. And so we're stepping on our own AI's shoulders. So when that, whatever that AI threat comes, it's a click ahead. It's not a galaxy ahead.
mm-hmm.
It's just a click ahead. And so I think the idea that somehow this AI is going to pop out of nowhere and somehow think in a way that we can't even imagine thinking and do something that we can't possibly imagine, I think is far-fetched. And the reason for that is because we all have AIs, and there's a whole bunch of AIs being in development. We know what they are, and we're using it, and so every single day we're close to each other.
But don't they do things that are very surprising?
Yeah, but so you have an AI that does something surprising. I'm going to have an AI, and
Right.
my AI looks at your AI and goes, "That's not that surprising."
The fear for the layperson like myself is that AI becomes sentient and makes its own decisions, and then ultimately decides to just govern the world, do it
Yeah.
its own way. They're like, you guys, you had a good run, but
Yeah.
we're taking over now.
Yeah, but my AI is going to take care of me. I mean, this is the cybersecurity argument.
Yes.
You
it
have an
is.
AI and it's super smart, but my AI is super smart too. And maybe your AI. Let's pretend for a second that we understand what consciousness is and we understand what sentience is, and that in
And
fact,
we really are just pretending.
okay, let's just pretend for a second
Yeah.
that we believe that. I don't actually don't believe that, but nonetheless, let's pretend we believe that. So your AI is conscious and my AI is conscious, and let's say your AI is, wants to, I don't know, do something surprising. My AI is so smart that it might be surprising to me, but it probably won't be surprising to my AI. And so maybe my AI thinks it's surprising as well, but it's so smart, the moment it sees it the first time, it's not going to be surprised the second time, just like us. And so I think the idea that only one person has AI and that one person's AI compares everybody else's AI as Neanderthal is probably unlikely. I think it's much more like cybersecurity. Yeah.
Interesting. I think the fear is not that your AI is going to battle with somebody else's AI. The fear is that AI is no longer going to listen to you. That's the fear, is that human beings won't have control over it after a certain point. If it achieves sentience and then has the ability to be autonomous.
That there's one AI.
Well, they just combine.
Yeah, becomes one AI.
That it's a life form.
Yeah.
But there's arguments about that, right? That we're dealing with
Yeah.
some sort of synthetic biology, that it's not as simple as new technology, that you're creating a life form.
If it's like life form, let's go along with that for a while. I think if it's like life form, as you know, all life forms don't agree. And so I'm going to have to go with your life form and my life form are going to agree, because my life form is going to want to be the super life form. And now that we have disagreeing life forms, we're back again to where we are.
Well, they would probably cooperate with each other. It would just the reason why we don't cooperate with each other is we're territorial primates. But AI wouldn't be a territorial primate. It would realize the folly in that sort of thinking, and it would say, listen, there's plenty of energy for everybody. We don't need to dominate. We're not trying to acquire resources and take over the world. We're not looking to find a good breeding partner. We're just existing as a new super life form that these cute monkeys created for us.
Okay. Well, that would be a superpower with no ego.
Right.
And if it has no ego, why would it have the ego to do any harm to us?
Well, I don't assume that it would do harm to us. But the fear would be that we would no longer have control, and that we would no longer be the apex species on the planet. That this thing that we created would
I'll
now
be right
be.
back. I gotta pee.
Is that funny?
No, I just think
Scary.
it's not going to happen.
I know you think
Yeah.
it's not going to happen, but it
I
could,
know.
right?
It
And
could,
here's the
yeah.
other thing: is like
Yeah.
if we're racing towards could,
Yeah.
and could be the end of human beings being in control of our own
Yeah.
destiny.
I just think it's extremely unlikely. Yeah.
That's what they said in the Terminator movie.
And it hasn't happened.
No, not yet, but you guys are working towards it. The thing about you're saying about conscience and sentience, that you don't think that AI will achieve consciousness, or that
Well, the question is,
consciousness
what's the
specific?
definition? Yeah.
Right.
What's the definition of
What is the
consciousness?
definition to you?
Consciousness. I guess first of all, you need to know about your own existence. You have to have experience, not just knowledge and intelligence. The concept of a machine having an experience, well, first of all, I don't know what defines experience, why we have experiences, and,
Right.
yeah, and why this microphone doesn't. And so I think I know, I think I know what consciousness is. The sense of experience, the ability to know self versus the ability to be able to reflect, know our own self, the sense of ego. I think all of those human experiences probably is what consciousness is. But why it exists versus the concept of knowledge and intelligence, which is what AI is defined by today.
Mm-hmm.
It has knowledge, it has intelligence, artificial intelligence. We don't call it artificial consciousness. Artificial intelligence, the ability to perceive, recognize, understand, plan, perform tasks. Those things are foundations of intelligence. To know things, knowledge. It's clearly different than consciousness.
But consciousness is so loosely defined. How can we say that? I mean, doesn't a dog have consciousness?
Yeah,
Dogs seem to be pretty conscious.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's a lower level consciousness than a human being's consciousness.
I'm not sure. Yeah, right.
Well,
The question is what
no,
lower
not
level
even lower
intelligence.
level,
It's
yeah.
lower level intelligence.
Yes.
But I don't know that's lower level consciousness.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Right.
Because
good
I
point.
believe my dogs feel as much as I feel.
Yeah, they feel a lot.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they get attached to you.
That's
They-
right.
They get depressed if you're not there.
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's definitely that.
Yeah.
The concept of experience.
Right.
But isn't AI interacting with society? So doesn't it acquire experience through that interaction? If you have-
I don't think interactions is experience. I think experience is a collection of feelings, I think.
You're aware of that AI, I forget which one, where they gave it some false information about one of the programmers having an affair with his wife just to see how it would respond to it. And then when they said they were going to shut it down, it threatened to blackmail him and reveal his affair. And it was like, whoa, like it's conniving. Like if that's not learning from experience and being aware that you're about to be shut down, which would imply at least some kind of consciousness, or you could kind of define it as consciousness if you were very loose with the term. And if you imagine that this is going to exponentially become more powerful, wouldn't that ultimately lead to a different kind of consciousness than we're defining from biology?
Well, first of all, let's just break down what it probably did. It probably read somewhere. There's probably text that in these consequences, certain people did that. You know, I could imagine a novel
Right.
having those words related.
Sure.
And so inside,
it realizes its strategy for survival
it's
is
just a bunch of numbers.
blackmail.
that it's just a bunch of numbers that in the collection of numbers that relates to a husband cheating on a wife has subsequently a bunch of numbers that relates to blackmail and such things, however, whatever the revenge was.
Right.
And so it is spewed it out. And so it's just like, it's just as if I'm asking it to write me a poem in Shakespeare. It's just whatever the words are in that dimensionality. This dimensionality is all these vectors in multi-dimensional space. These words that were in the prompt that described the affair subsequently led to one word after another, led to some revenge and something. But it's not because it had consciousness or, it just spewed out those words, generated those words.
All right, I'm back.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
That
but
it
it's not,
learned
it's
from
not
patterns that human
Right.
beings have exhibited, both in literature
right.
and in real life.
That's exactly right.
But at a certain point in time, one would say, okay, well, it couldn't do this 2 years ago, and it couldn't do this 4 years ago. Like, when we were looking towards the future, like, at what point in time when it can do everything a person does, what point in time do we decide that it's conscious? If it absolutely mimics all human thinking and behavior patterns,
That doesn't make it conscious.
it becomes indiscernible.
Yeah.
It's aware. It can communicate with you the exact same way a person Rolex when they 3D print them and make them like indiscernible.
The question is, what's the definition of consciousness?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the question, and I don't think anybody's really clearly defined that. That's where it gets weird, and that's where the real doomsday people are worried that you are creating a form of consciousness that you can't control.
I believe it is possible to create a machine that imitates human intelligence and has the ability to understand information, understand instructions, break the problem down, solve problems, and perform tasks. I believe that completely. I believe that we could have a computer that has a vast amount of knowledge, some of it true, some of it not true, some of it generated by humans, some of it generated synthetically, and more of knowledge in the world will be generated synthetically going forward. Until now, the knowledge that we have are knowledge that we generate and we propagate and we send to each other and we amplify it and we add to it and we modify it, we change it. In the future, in a couple of years, maybe 2 or 3 years, 90% of the world's knowledge will likely be generated by AI.
That's crazy.
I know, but it's just fine.
But it's just fine.
I know. And the reason for that is this. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
It's because what difference does it make to me that I'm learning from a textbook that was generated by a bunch of people I didn't know, or written by a book that, from somebody I don't know, to knowledge generated by AI computers that are assimilating all of this and resynthesizing things. To me, I don't think there's a whole lot of difference. We still have to fact check it. We still have to make sure that it's, based on fundamental first principles, and we still have to do all of that, just like we do today.
Is this taking into account the kind of AI that exists currently? And do you anticipate that, just like we could have never really believed that AI would be, or at least a person like myself would never believe AI would be as so ubiquitous and so it's so powerful today and so important today. We never thought that 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Never thought that.
Right.
Imagine, like, what are we looking at 10 years from now?
I think that if you reflect back 10 years from now, you would say the same thing, that we would have never believed that. But
in a different direction.
Right. But if you go forward 9 years from now and then ask yourself what's going to happen 10 years from now, I think it'll be quite gradual.
One of the things that Elon said that makes me happy is he believes that we're going to get to a point where it's not necessary for people to work, and not meaning that you're going to have no purpose in life, but you'll have in his words, universal high income, because so much revenue is generated by AI that it will take away this need for people to do things that they don't really enjoy doing just for money. And I think a lot of people have a problem with that because their entire identity and how they think of themselves and how they fit in the community is what they do. Like, this is Mike. He's an amazing mechanic. Go to Mike, and Mike takes care of things. But there's going to come a point in time where AI is going to be able to do all those things much better than people do. And people will just be able to receive money. But then what does Mike do? And Mike is, really loves being the best mechanic around. What does the guy who, codes, what does he do when AI can code infinitely faster with 0 errors? Like, what happens with all those people? And that is where it gets weird. It's like, because we've sort of wrapped our identity as human beings around what we do for a living.
Mm-hmm.
When you meet someone, one of the first things you meet somebody at a party, hi, Joe, what's your name? Mike, what do you do, Mike? And, Mike's like, oh, I'm a lawyer. Oh, what kind of law? And you have a conversation,
Mm-hmm.
When Mike is like, I get money from the government, I play video games.
Mm-hmm.
Gets weird.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the concept sounds great until you take into account human nature. And human nature is that we like to have puzzles to solve and things to do and an identity that's wrapped around our idea that we're very good at this thing that we do for a living.
Yeah, I think, let's see. Let me start with the more mundane,
Okay.
and I'll work backwards,
Okay.
work forward. So one of the predictions from Jeff Hinton, who
That's a really good
started
question.
the
That's
whole
very valid.
deep learning phenomenon, the deep learning technology trend, and incredible researcher, professor at University of Toronto. He discovered the idea of back propagation, which allows the neural network to learn. And as you know, for the audience, software historically was humans applying first principles and our thinking to describe an algorithm that is then codified, just like a recipe that's codified in software. It looks just like a recipe. How to cook something looks exactly the same, just in a slightly different language. We call it Python or C or C++ or whatever it is. In the case of deep learning, this invention of artificial intelligence, we put a structure of a whole bunch of neural networks and a whole bunch of math units, and we make this large structure. It's like a switchboard of little mathematical units, and we connect it all together. And we give it the input that the software would eventually receive. And we just let it randomly guess what the output is. And so we say, for example, the input could be a picture of a cat. And one of the outputs of the switchboard is where the cat signal is supposed to show up. And all of the other signals, the other one's a dog, the other one's an elephant, the other one's a tiger, and all of the other signals are supposed to be 0 when I show it a cat, and the one that is a cat should be 1.
Yeah, that was a nice move right there.
And I show it a cat through this
I don't
big,
think
huge
we broke-
network
yeah, we're
of
not out of it.
switchboards and
We're
math
not out of it
units,
yet,
and they're
though.
just doing multiply and adds, multiplies and adds. Okay, and
lower
this
high.
thing, this switchboard, is gigantic. The more
Right
information
here.
you're going to give it, the bigger this switchboard has to be. And what Jeff Hinton discovered was a way for you to guess that, put the cat signal in, put the cat image in, and that cat image, could be a million numbers, because it's, a megapixel image, for example. And it's just a whole bunch of numbers, and
What is
somehow
this?
from those numbers,
684?
it has to light up the cat signal.
84,
Okay, that's the bottom
39.
line. And if the first time you do it, it just comes up with garbage. And so it says, The right answer is cat. And so you need to increase this signal and decrease all of the other, and back
Bits is
propagates
going down, it looks like.
the outcome through the entire network.
Going back down.
And then you show it another, now it's an image of a dog, and it guesses it, takes a swing at it, and it comes up with a bunch of garbage, and you say, no, no, no. The answer is this is a dog. I want you to produce dog. And all of the other
Look at UVIX.
switch,
UVIX is
all
going
the
down.
other outputs have to be 0, and I want to back propagate that, and just do it over and over and over again. It's just like showing a kid, this is an apple, this is a dog, this is a cat, and you just keep showing it to them until they eventually get it. Okay, well, anyways, that big invention is deep learning. That's the foundation of artificial intelligence. A piece of software that learns from examples. That's basically machine learning, a machine that learns. And so one of the big first applications was image recognition. And one of the most important image recognition applications is radiology.
Mm.
And so he predicted about 5 years ago that in 5 years' time, the world won't need any radiologists because AI would have swept the whole field. Well, it turns out AI has swept the whole field. That is completely true. Today, just about every radiologist is using AI in some way. And what's ironic, though, what's interesting is that the number of radiologists has actually grown. And so the question is why? That's kind of interesting, right?
It is.
And so the prediction was, in fact, that 30 million radiologists will be wiped out. But as it turns out, we needed more. And the reason for that is because the purpose of a radiologist is to diagnose disease, not to study the image. The image studying is simply a task in service of diagnosing the disease. And so now, the fact that you could study the images more quickly and more precisely without ever making a mistake and never gets tired. You could study more images. You could study it in 3D form instead of 2D because, the AI doesn't care whether it studies images in 3D or 2D. You could study it in 4D. And so now you could study images in a way
It's given the practical applications. Well, not really practical, medical. That's huge.
do, and you could study a lot
That's
more.
all over the world.
And
That's
so the
every
number of
hospital.
tests that people are able to do increases.
That's huge
And because
integration.
they're able to serve more patients, the hospital does better. They have more clients, more patients. As a result, they have better economics. When they have better economics, they hire more radiologists because their purpose is not to study the images. Their purpose is to diagnose disease. And so the
That makes
question
sense.
is, what I'm leading up to is ultimately, what is the purpose? What is the purpose of the lawyer? And has the purpose changed? What is the purpose? One of the examples that I gave that I would give is, for example, if my car became self-driving, will all chauffeurs be out of jobs?
Mhm.
The answer probably is not, because for some chauffeurs, for some people who are driving you, they could be protectors. Some people, they're part of the experience, part of the service. So when you get there, they could take care of things for you. And so for a lot of different reasons, not all chauffeurs would lose their jobs. Some chauffeurs would lose their jobs. And many chauffeurs would change their jobs. And the type of applications of autonomous vehicles will probably increase. The usage of the technology would then find new homes. And so I think you have to go back to what is the purpose of a job? Like, for example, if AI comes along, I actually don't believe I'm going to lose my job because my purpose isn't to, I have to look at a lot of documents. I study a lot of emails. I look at a bunch of diagrams, The question is, what is the job? And the purpose of somebody probably hasn't changed. A lawyer, for example, help people. That probably hasn't changed. Studying legal documents, generating documents, is part of the job, not the job.
But don't you think there's many jobs that AI will replace?
If your job
Particularly
is the task.
automation.
Yeah, if your job is the task.
Right. So automation.
Yeah.
factory
if your job,
workers.
if your job is the task.
That's a lot of people.
It could be a lot of people, but it'll
Yeah.
probably generate, like for example, let's say I'm super excited about the robots Elon's working on.
My Nvidia calls are looking good right now.
It's still a few years away. When it happens, there's a whole new industry of technicians and people who have to manufacture the robots, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that job never existed. And so you're going to have a whole industry of people taking care of, like, for example, all the mechanics and all the people who are building things for cars, supercharging cars. That didn't exist before cars, and now we're going to have robots. You're going to have robot apparels. So a whole industry of, right? Isn't that right? Because I want my robot to look different than your robot.
Oh God.
And so you're gonna have a whole, apparel industry for robots. You're gonna have mechanics for robots, and you have, people who come
Robot
and maintain
mechanics.
robots.
Wow.
No,
That's
You don't think
crazy.
so? You don't
No,
think that'd
not
be
all
all
of
done
it.
by other robots?
eventually, and then there'll be something else.
So
Yeah.
you think ultimately people just adapt, except if you are the task,
That's
which
right.
is a large percentage of the workforce.
If your job is just to chop vegetables, Cuisinart's going to replace you.
Yeah. So people have to find meaning in other things.
Your job has to be more than the task.
What do you think about Elon's belief that this universal basic income thing will eventually become necessary? Many people think that. Andrew Yang thinks
Yeah.
that. That's a quite, he was one of the first people to sort of sound that alarm during the 2020 election.
Yeah, I guess
What kind of a pause was that?
yeah, both ideas probably won't exist at the same time, and
That was
as
a
in
weird
life,
pause.
things will probably be in the middle. One idea, of course, is that there'll be so much abundance of resource that nobody needs a job, and we'll all be wealthy. On the other hand, we're going to need universal basic income. Both ideas don't exist at the same time.
Right.
And so we're either going to be all wealthy, or we're going to be all using...
How could everybody be wealthy, though? What
because the reason-
scenario? do you-
Wealthy, not because you have a lot of dollars, wealthy because there's a lot of abundance. Like, for example, today, we are wealthy of information. This is a concept several thousand years ago only a few people have. And so today we have wealth of a whole bunch of things, resources that
That's a good
historic...
point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
There's
so
a
we're gonna
lot
have
of
wealth of
dumbasses,
resources.
though.
Things that we think are valuable today that in the future are just
If you
not-
put up your
not
one
that
hand,
valuable,
you can name
you know,
3
and so that-
dumbasses.
because it's automated. And so I
With
think
the other 2 fingers,
the
you can
question-
find.
maybe partly it's hard to answer,
Oh God.
partly because it's hard to talk about infinity and it's hard to talk about a long time from now.
I don't know.
And
something
the
with
reason for that
sense.
is because there's just too many scenarios to consider. But
What's
I
up
think
with these pauses?
I think in the next several years, call it 5 to 10 years, there's several things that I believe in hope. And I say hope because I'm not sure. One of the things that I believe is that the technology divide will be substantially collapsed. And of course, the alternative viewpoint is that AI is going to increase the technology divide. Now, the reason why I believe AI is going to reduce the technology divide is because we have proof. The evidence is that AI is the easiest application in the world to use. ChatGPT has grown to almost 1 billion users, frankly, practically overnight. And if you're not exactly sure how to use, everybody knows how to use ChatGPT, just say something to it. If you're not sure how to use ChatGPT, you ask ChatGPT how to use it. No tool in history has ever had this capability. A Cuisinart, if you don't know how to use it, you're kind of screwed. You're going to walk up to it and say, how do you
My
use
calls are
Cuisinart?
great
You're going
right
to have to
now.
find somebody else. And so, but an AI
on them
will just tell you
as
exactly how to do
well.
it. Anybody
How many
could do
contracts
this.
you have?
It'll speak to you in any language. And if it doesn't
I
know your
wish I would have
language,
kind of loaded up.
you'll
'cause I
speak
thought
it
we
in
were
that
gonna go fill
language,
this
and it'll
gap.
probably figure out that
We
it doesn't completely
touched,
understand your language.
and I
Go
didn't
learns
add
it
on. We touched
instantly
it
and comes
twice.
back
We
and talks
touched
to
it a couple of times,
And so I think
and I
the
didn't add on.
technology
I wish I
divide
would
has
have
a
added
real
on.
chance, finally. that you don't have to.
This would have
speak
been a great
Python or
add-on right there.
C++ or
This,
Fortran. You
I
can
should
just
have did
speak
something
human,
back here,
and
but
whatever form of
I
human you like.
didn't.
And so I think that has a real chance of
I am going to pick up
closing
more
the
though. I'm gonna
technology
pick up
divide.
the.
Now, of course,
I want to pick up anything
the
NVIDIA
counter-narrative
underneath
would say
100
that
before they start. Well,
AI is
before
only going to be available
next Wednesday.
for
So maybe Monday,
the nations
Tuesday,
and the countries
things
that have a
might get
vast amount of
priced in.
resources,
Monday,
because
Tuesday,
AI
going
takes
into Monday,
energy,
going into Tuesday, something like that
and
for
AI
Wednesday.
takes
Or you just might
a
want
lot
to
of
chill
GPUs
out,
and
wait
factories
until Wednesday, because
to be able to
Wednesday is
produce
going to
the
be the
AI.
big move.
No doubt
Wednesday,
at the scale that we
Thursday,
would like to do in the United
they're going to
States.
be the big
But the fact
moves.
of the
Maybe
matter
even
is,
Friday.
your
Yeah,
phone's gonna
Friday.
run AI just fine, all by itself. In a few years. Today, it already does it fairly decently. And so, the fact that every country, every nation, every society will have the benefit of very good AI. It might not be tomorrow's AI. It might be yesterday's AI. But yesterday's AI is freaking amazing. In 10 years' time, 9-year-old AI is going to be amazing. You don't need 10-year-old AI. You don't need frontier AI like we need frontier AI, because we want to be the world leader. But for every single country, everybody, I think the capability to elevate everybody's knowledge and capability and intelligence, that day is coming.
The Octagon isn't just in Las Vegas anymore. It's right in your hands with DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. Get ritual.
That's right.
That's not a part of my premium
all
subscription,
the
Joe.
resources that we take for granted.
Joseph.
Almost everything is going to be energy constrained. And so if you take a look
The calls.
one of the most important
His
technology
AI chips
advances in
is
history is this
melting.
idea called Moore's
They have
Law.
faulty parts, so it needs time
Moore's
to
Law
think.
was started
Yeah,
basically my generation.
yeah, right. Him and
And my
Elon.
generation is the
Sheesh, I
generation of
wonder
computers.
which is the older
I-
version.
Graduated in 1984, and that was basically at the very beginning of the PC revolution.
I'm thinking it's like
And the
editing, but you can
microprocessor.
see the
And,
you can see the edit.
Every single year,
You see that right
it
there?
approximately doubled.
What the?
And we describe it as every single year we double the performance. But what it really means is that every single year the cost of computing halved. And so the cost of computing in the course of 5 years reduced by a factor of 10. The amount of energy necessary to do computing, to do any task, reduced by a factor of 10. Every single 10 years, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, so on and so forth. And so each one of the clicks of Moore's Law, the amount of energy necessary to do any computing reduced. That's the reason why you have a laptop today, when back in 1984, it sat on the desk, you got to plug in, it wasn't that fast, and it consumed a lot of power. Today, it is only a few watts. And so Moore's Law is the fundamental technology,
Back
the
to
fundamental
Moore's Law.
technology trend that made it possible.
He's always
Well, what's
talking
going
about
on in
some
AI?
Moore's Law.
The reason why NVIDIA's here is because we invented this new way of doing computing. We call it accelerated computing. We started it 33 years ago. It took us about 30 years to really made a huge breakthrough. In that 30 years or so, we took computing, probably a factor of, well, let me just say like last 10 years. The last 10 years, we improved the performance of computing by 100,000 times.
Whoa.
Imagine a car over the course of 10 years, it became 100,000 times faster. Or at the same speed, 100,000 times cheaper. Or at the same speed, 100,000 times less energy. If your car did that, it doesn't need energy at all. What I'm trying to say is that in 10 years' time, the amount of energy necessary for artificial intelligence for most people will be minuscule, utterly minuscule. And so we'll have AI running in all kinds of things and all the time because it doesn't consume that much energy. And so if you're a nation that uses AI for, almost everything in your social fabric, of course you're going to need these AI
I'm looking to see
factories.
if there's any
But for a
news or
lot of
anything.
countries, I think you're going to have excellent AI, and you're not going to need as much energy. Everybody will be able to come along. Is my point.
So currently, that is a big bottleneck, right? Is energy
Yeah, it is the bottleneck.
the bottleneck?
Yeah.
Is this so? Was it Google that is making nuclear power plants to operate one of its AI factories?
Oh, I haven't heard that. But I think in the next 6-7 years, I think you're going to see a whole bunch of small nuclear reactors.
And by small, like how big are you talking about?
Hundreds of megawatts, yeah.
Okay. And that these will be local to
That's
whatever
right.
specific company they have?
That's right. We'll all be power generators.
Whoa.
You know, just like your, somebody's farm.
It probably is the smartest way to do it, right?
And it
Certainly
takes the burden off.
cleanest.
Yeah, it takes the burden off the grid. It takes, and you could build as much as you need, and you can contribute back to the grid.
It's a really important point that I think you just made about Moore's law and the relationship to pricing. Because, a laptop today, like you can get one of those little MacBook Airs. They're incredible. They're
It's
so
incredible.
thin, unbelievably powerful. Battery
You
life
don't ever
is
have to
crazy.
charge it.
Yeah, battery life's crazy. And it's not that expensive,
That's
relatively
right.
speaking. Like
Exactly.
something like that. I remember when...
And that's just Moore's law.
Right.
Then there's the NVIDIA law.
Oh,
Just, right? The
Yeah.
law I was talking to you about.
Yeah.
The computing that we
Right.
invented.
right.
The reason
Big
why we're
turnaround
here,
now
this new
on
way
the,
of doing computing
on the call.
is like Moore's law on energy drinks. I mean, it's it's like Moore's law. it's like, Moore's law and Joe Rogan.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's
Um,
us.
So explain that. This chip that you brought to Elon,
Yeah.
what's the significance of this? Like, why is it so superior?
And so in 2012, Jeff Hinton's lab, this gentleman I was talking about, Ilya Sutskever, Alex Kershevsky, they made a breakthrough in computer vision, in literally creating a piece of software called AlexNet, and its job was to recognize images. And it recognized images at a level, computer vision, which is fundamental to intelligence. If you can't perceive, it's hard to have intelligence. And so computer vision is a fundamental pillar of, not the only, but fundamental pillar of. And so breaking computer vision, or breaking through in computer vision, is pretty foundational to almost everything that everybody wants to do in AI. And so in 2012, their lab in Toronto made this breakthrough called AlexNet. And AlexNet was able to recognize images so much better than any human-created computer vision algorithm in the 30 years prior. So all of these people, all these scientists, and we had many too, working on computer vision algorithms. And these two kids, Ilya and Alex, under Jeff Hinton, took a giant leap above it. And it was based on this thing called AlexNet, this neural network. And the way it ran, the way they made it work was literally buying 2 NVIDIA graphics cards. Because NVIDIA's GPUs, we've been working on this new way of doing computing, and our GPU's application, and it's basically a supercomputing application. Back in 1984, in order to process computer games and what you have in your racing simulator, that is called an image generator supercomputer. And so NVIDIA started, our first application was computer graphics. And we applied this new way of doing computing where we do things in parallel instead of sequentially. A CPU does things sequentially. Step 1, step 2, step 3. In our case, we break the problem down and we give it to thousands of processors. And so our way of doing computation is much more complicated, but if you're able to formulate the problem in the way that we created called CUDA, this is the invention of our company, if you could formulate it in that way, we could process everything simultaneously. Now, in the case of computer graphics, it's easier to do because every single pixel on your screen is not related to every other pixel. And so I could render multiple parts of the screen at the same time.
700 coming, I can feel it.
Not completely
I'm
true,
reading some forums.
because maybe the way lighting works or the way shadow works, there's a lot of dependency and such. But computer graphics, with all the pixels, I should be able to process everything
so amazing.
simultaneously. And so we
Day trading
we took
685s.
this embarrassingly parallel problem called computer graphics, and we applied it to this new way of doing computing, NVIDIA's accelerated computing. We put it in all of our graphics cards. Kids were buying it to play games. You probably don't know this, but we're the largest gaming platform in the world today.
Oh, I know that.
Oh, okay.
I used to make my own computers. I used to
Okay.
buy your graphics cards.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I used to set up SLI with 2 graphics
Oh, yeah,
cards.
I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's super cool.
Oh, yeah, man. I used to be a Quake junkie.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So SLI, I'll tell you the story in just a second, and how it led to Elon. I'm still answering the question. And so anyways, these two kids trained this model using the technique I described earlier on our GPUs, because our GPUs could process things in parallel. It's essentially a supercomputer in a PC. The reason why you used it for Quake is because it is the first consumer supercomputer. Okay? And so anyways, they made that breakthrough. We were working on computer vision at the time. It caught my attention. And so we went to learn about it. Simultaneously, this deep learning phenomenon was happening all over the country. Universities after another recognized the importance of deep learning, and all of this work was happening at Stanford, at Harvard, at Berkeley, just all over the place. New York University, Jan LeCun, Andrew Yang at Stanford, so many different places. And I see it cropping up everywhere. And so my curiosity asked, what is so special about this form of machine learning? And we've known about machine learning for a very long time. We've known about AI for a very long time. We've known about neural networks for a very long time. What makes now the moment? And so we realized that this architecture for deep neural networks, backpropagation, the way deep neural networks were created, we could probably scale this problem, scale this solution to solve many problems. That is essentially a universal function approximator. Okay, meaning, back when you're in school, you have a box. Inside of it is a function. You give it an input, it gives you an output. And the reason why I call it a universal function approximator is that this computer, instead of you describing the function, a function could be a Newton's equation, F equals ma. That's a function. You write the function in software, you give it input F, mass, acceleration, it'll tell you the force, okay? And the way this computer works is really interesting. You give it a universal function. It's not F equals ma, just a universal function. It's a big, huge, deep neural network. And instead of describing the inside, you give it examples of input and output, and it figures out the inside. So you give it input and output, and it figures out the inside. A universal function approximator. Today, it could be Newton's equation. Tomorrow, it could be Maxwell's equation. It could be Coulomb's law. It could be thermodynamics equation. It could be, Schrodinger's equation for quantum physics. And so you could have this describe almost anything, so long as you have the input and the output. So long as you have the input and the output. Or it could learn the input and output. And so we took a step back and we said, hang on a second. This isn't just for computer vision. Deep learning could solve any problem. All the problems that are interesting, so long as we have input and output. Now, what has input and output? Well, the world. The world has input and output. And so we could have a computer that could learn almost anything. Machine learning, artificial intelligence. And so we reasoned that maybe this is the fundamental breakthrough that we needed. There were a couple of things that had to be solved. For example, we had to believe that you could actually scale this up to giant systems. It was running they had 2 graphics cards, 2
They shook
GTX
a lot of calls
580s.
right there. Did they shake you out?
Which, by the way,
They shake
is
you out.
exactly your SLI
They shake you
configuration.
out.
Yeah.
Okay. So that GTX 580 SLI was the revolutionary computer that put deep learning on the map.
Wow.
It was 2018, and you were using it to play Quake.
Wow. That's crazy.
That was the moment. That was the big bang of modern AI. We were lucky
Big bang of modern
because we were
AI.
inventing this technology, this computing approach. We were lucky that they found it. Turns out they were gamers, and it was lucky they found it. And it was lucky that we paid attention to that moment. It was a little bit like, that
Dude, there's so
Star
many
Trek.
fake people.
First contact.
I was in StockTwits, and this one guy was offering like these courses or something for like $1,500 a month and $800 a month. And I'm like, oh my God, I wish I was a scammer. Oh my God, I really do wish I was a scammer. I really do. I really do. Like, the way these people get away with stuff is just insane.
The Vulcans had to have seen the warp drive at that very moment. If they didn't witness the warp drive,
I'm not even talking about like credit card
they would
scammers.
have
Just keep
never
it
come to Earth.
YouTube.
And
Even
everything
YouTube
would have never happened.
scammers.
It's a little bit like if I hadn't paid attention to that moment, that flash, and that flash didn't last long. If I hadn't paid attention to that flash, or our company didn't pay attention to it, who knows what would have happened. But we saw that, and we reasoned our way into this is a universal function approximator. This is not just a computer vision approximator. We could use this for all kinds of things if we could solve two problems. The first problem is that we have to prove to ourselves it could scale. The second problem we had to wait for, I guess, contribute to.
Wait.
is-
What was that?
The world
Okay,
will
no,
never
my shit's
have
skipping.
enough
Is my
data
shit skipping? My shit's skipping. Let me.
on input and output.
My shit's skipping. There's
where
no
we
way.
could supervise on contribute to and wait for is the world will never have enough
That's an
data
edit. I don't know.
on input and output where we could supervise the AI to learn everything. For example, if we have to supervise our children on everything they learn, the amount of information they can learn is limited. We needed the AI, we needed the computer to have a method of learning without supervision. And that's where we had to wait a few more years, but unsupervised AI learning is now here. And so the AI could learn by itself. And the reason why the AI could learn by itself is because we have many examples of right answers. Like, for example, if I want to teach an AI how to predict the next word, I could just grab a whole bunch of text that we already have, mask out the last word, and make it try again until it predicts the next one. Or I mask out random words inside the text, and I make it try until it predicts it. Like Mary goes down to the bank. Is it a river bank or a money bank? Well, if you're going to go down to the bank, it's probably a river bank.
A river
Okay, so and it might not be obvious even from that. It might need and caught a fish. Okay, now you know it must be
Now you
the
know
river
it's
bank.
definitely that.
And so you give these AIs a whole bunch of these examples, and you
And if
mask
she
out
was
the
a hoe,
words.
she was going
it'll
down to the
predict the
bank
next
to
one.
go get a man.
Okay, and so unsupervised learning came along. These two ideas, the fact that it's scalable and unsupervised learning came along, we were convinced that we ought to put
She called her a
everything
fish.
into this and help create this
Down by
industry
the bank.
because we're going to solve a whole bunch of interesting problems. And that was in 2012. By 2016, I had built this computer called the DGX-1. The one that you saw me give to Elon is called DGX Spark. The DGX-1 was $300,000. It cost NVIDIA a few $1 billion to make the first one. And instead of 2 chips SLI, we connected 8 chips with a technology called NVLink, but it's basically SLI supercharged. Okay? And so we connected 8 of these chips together instead of just 2. And all of them worked together, just like your Quake rig did, to solve this deep learning problem, to train this model. And so we created this thing. I announced it at GTC and at one of our annual events. And I described this deep learning thing, computer vision thing. and this computer called DGX1. The audience was like completely silent. They had no idea what I was talking about. And I was lucky because I'd known Elon, and I helped him build the first computer for Model 3, the Model S. And when he wanted to start working on autonomous vehicle, I helped him build the computer that went into the Model S AV system, his full self-driving system. We were basically.
I wonder, was it him or his people?
The FSD computer version.
And he just tagging himself in it.
And so.
Because he was the lead.
We're already working together.
And then he said, all right, let me just get our best people
when
in
I announced this thing, nobody in the world wanted it. I had no purchase orders, not one. Nobody wanted to buy it. Nobody wanted to be part of it, except for Elon. He was at the event, and we were doing a fireside chat about the future of self-driving cars. I think it's like 2016. Yeah, maybe at that time it was 2015. And he goes, you know what? I have a company that could really use this. And I said, wow, my first customer. And so I was pretty excited about it. And he goes, yeah, we have this company. It's a nonprofit company. And all the blood drained out of my face. Yeah. I just spent a few $1 billion building this thing.
He's talking nonprofit.
And you know, the chances of a nonprofit being able to pay for this thing is approximately 0. And he goes, you know, it's an AI company, and it's a nonprofit, and we could really use one of these supercomputers. And so I picked it up. I built the first one for ourselves. We're using it inside the company. I boxed one up. I drove it up to San Francisco, and I delivered it to Elon.
He drove it up. He made it seem as though
he
threw that shit in the back of his fucking Toyota Camry.
Peter
and fucking
was there. Ilya was there. There was a bunch of people there. And I walk up to the second floor where they were all kind of in a room, this smaller than your place. And that place turned out to have been OpenAI. 2016.
Wow.
Just a bunch of people sitting in a room.
Yeah, I was waiting for the company he was talking about. I
nonprofit.
thought it was OpenAI.
They're not nonprofit anymore. Yeah.
Weird how that works.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he
anyhow,
opened up with nonprofit.
Anyhow, Elon was there. It was really a great moment. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's it.
Look at you, bro. Same jacket.
Look at that. I haven't aged. Not a lick of black hair though.
The size of it is it's significantly smaller. That was the other day.
Okay,
at
so
SpaceX.
oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, look at the difference. That's
Exactly
crazy.
the same industrial design.
He's holding it in his hand.
Here's the amazing thing. DGX1 was 1 petaflops. Okay, that's a lot of flops. And DGX Spark is 1 petaflops. 9 years later.
Wow.
The same amount of computing horsepower
In a much smaller.
shrunken down.
Yeah.
And instead of $300,000, it's now $4,000.
And it's the size of a small book.
Incredible.
Crazy.
That's how technology moves. Anyways, that's the reason why I wanted to give him the first one.
It's so
Because I gave him the first one 2016.
It's so fascinating. I mean, if you wanted to make a story for a film, I mean, that would be
the first computer was like the size of like a like a living room.
Scenario if it really does become a digital life form.
The first computer
how
that
funny would it be that it is birthed out of the desire for
Turing or Turing,
graphics
Alex
for video
Turing,
games.
or something like that.
Exactly.
Isn't it kind of crazy? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy when you think about it that way.
He made the first computer.
Well, it just turns
perfect
out
origin story.
computer graphics was one of the hardest supercomputer problems. Generating reality is
And
hard.
also one of the most profitable to solve because computer games are so popular.
When NVIDIA started in 1993, we were trying to create this new computing approach. The question is, what's the killer app? And the problem we wanted to, the company wanted to create a new type of computing computing architecture, a new type of computer that can solve problems that normal computers can't solve. Well, the applications that existed in the industry in 1993 are applications that normal computers can solve. Because if the normal computers can't solve them, why would the application exist? And so we had a mission statement for a company that has no chance of success. But I didn't know that in 1993. It just sounded like a good idea.
Right.
And so if we created this thing that can solve problems, it's like you actually have to go create the problem. And so that's what we did. In 1993, there was no Quake. John Carmack hadn't even released Doom yet. You probably remember that.
Sure. Yeah.
And there were no applications for it. And so I went to Japan because the arcade industry had this, at the time of Sega, if you remember.
Sure.
The arcade machines, they came out with 3D arcade systems. Virtual Fighter,
Virtual
Daytona,
Cop,
Virtual Cop. All of those
the
arcade
the
games
zombie
were
joint.
in 3D for the very first time. And the technology they were using was from Martin Marietta, the flight simulators. They took the guts out of a flight simulator and put it into an arcade machine. The system that you have over here, it's got to be 1 million times more powerful than that arcade machine. And that was a flight simulator for NASA.
Whoa.
A
And so
flight
they took the
simulator.
guts out of
That's
that.
crazy.
They were using it for flight simulation with jets and space shuttle and they took the guts out of that. And Sega had this brilliant computer developer. His name was Yu Suzuki. Yu Suzuki and Miyamoto, Sega and Nintendo. These were the incredible pioneers, the visionaries, the incredible artists, and they're both very, very technical. They were the origins, really, of the gaming industry. And Yu Suzuki pioneered 3D graphics gaming. And so we created this company, and there were no apps. And we were spending all of our afternoons, we told our family we were going to work, but it was just the three of us, who's going to know. And so we went to Curtis's, one of the founders, went to Curtis's townhouse. And Chris and I were married. We have kids. I already had Spencer and Madison. They were probably 2 years old. And Chris's kids are about the same age as ours. And we would go to work in this townhouse. But, when you're a startup and the mission statement is the way we described, you're not going to have too many customers calling you. And so we had really nothing to do. And so after lunch, we would always have a great lunch. After lunch, we would go to the arcades and play the Sega Virtua Fighter and Daytona and all those games, and analyze how they're doing it, trying to figure out how they were doing that. And so we decided, let's just go to Japan and let's convince Sega to move those applications into the PC. And we would start the PC gaming, the 3D gaming industry, partnering with Sega. That's how NVIDIA started.
Wow.
And so in exchange for them developing their games for our computers in the PC, we would build a chip for their game console. That was the partnership. I build a chip for your game console, you port the Sega games to us, and then they paid us at the time quite a significant amount of money to build that game console. And that was kind of the beginning of NVIDIA getting started. And we thought we were on our way. And so I started with a business plan, a mission statement that wasn't possible. We lucked into the Sega partnership. We started taking off, started building our game console. And about a couple years into it, we discovered our first technology didn't work. It would have been a flaw. It was a flaw. And all of the technology ideas that we had, the architecture concepts were sound, but the way we were doing computer graphics was exactly backwards. Instead of, I won't bore you with the technology, but instead of
Too late.
inverse texture mapping. We were doing forward texture mapping. Instead of triangles, we did curved surfaces. So other people did it flat. We did it round. Other technology, the technology that ultimately won, the technology we use today, has Z buffers. It automatically sorted. We had an architecture with no Z buffers. The application had to sort it. And so we chose a bunch of technology approaches that 3 major technology choices, all 3 choices were wrong. Okay, so this is how incredibly smart we were. And so in 1995, mid-95, we realized we were going down the wrong path. Meanwhile, the Silicon Valley was packed with 3D graphic startups because it was the most exciting technology of that time. And so 3D effects and rendition and
Best of luck. I'll be on prep later on today. Take it easy. All right, bro.
You know,
I'm still in my calls.
added up eventually to 100
We're still
different
looking for the breakout for today. I think we're going to break out to the upside. I want to be here for it.
The wrong one. And so we were the first company.
Good chance we can even hit all-time highs. They can definitely move to $5
with the wrong answer. And so,
but I'll be here though. I don't know if you're going to tap me. I'll let you know what's going on. And VIX is going down too.
We have to make several
That's
decisions.
very bullish.
The first decision is, well, if we change now, we will be the last company. And even if we changed into the technology that we believe to be right, we'd still be dead. And so that argument, you know, do we change and therefore be dead? Don't change and make this technology work somehow? Or go do something completely different? That question stirred the company strategically and was a hard question. I eventually, you know, advocated for, we don't know what the right strategy is, but we know what the wrong technology is. So let's stop doing it the wrong way, and let's give ourselves a chance to go figure out what the strategy is. The second thing, the second problem we had was our company was running out of money, and I was in a contract with Sega, and I owed them this game console. And if that contract would have been canceled, we'd be dead. We would have vaporized instantly. Whew. And so I went to Japan and I explained to the CEO of Sega, Iri Madri, really great man. He was the former CEO of Honda USA, went back to Sega to run Sega, went back to Japan to run Sega. And I explained to him that, and I was, I guess I was what, 33 years old. You know, when I was 33 years old, I still had acne. And I got this, you know, Chinese kid. I was super skinny. And he was already kind of elder. And I went to him and I said, listen, I've got some bad news for you. And first, the technology that we promised you doesn't work. And second, we shouldn't finish your contract because we'd waste all your money and you would have something that doesn't work. And I recommend you find another partner to build your game console.
Whoa.
And so I'm terribly sorry that we've set you back in your product roadmap. And third, even though I'm asking you to let me out of the contract, I still need the money. Because if you didn't give me the money, we'd vaporize overnight. And so I explained it to him humbly, honestly, gave him the background. I explained to him why the technology doesn't work, why we thought it was going to work, why it doesn't work. And I asked him to convert the last $5 million that they were going to complete the contract, to give us that money as an investment instead. And he said, but it's very likely your company will go out of business, even with my investment. And it was completely true. Back then, 1995, $5 million was a lot of money. It's a lot of money today. $5 million was a lot of money. And here's a pile of competitors doing it right. What are the chances that giving NVIDIA $5 million, that we would develop the right strategy, that he would get a return on that $5 million or even get it back? 0%. You do the math, it's 0%. If I were sitting there right there, I wouldn't have done it. $5 million was an amount of money to Sega at the time. And so I told him that if you invested that $5 million in us, it is most likely to be lost. But if you didn't invest that money, we'd be out of business and we would have no chance. And I told him that I don't even know exactly what I said in the end, but I told him that I would understand if he decided not to, but it would make the world to me if he did. He went off and thought about it for a couple of days and came back and said, "We'll do it."
Wow. Did you have a strategy to how to correct what it was doing wrong? Did you explain that to him?
Oh man, wait until I tell you the rest of it. It's scary, even scarier.
Oh no.
And so what he decided was Jensen was a young man he liked. That's it.
Wow.
To this day.
That's nuts. But the world owes that guy.
No doubt.
Right?
Like no
what?
Doubt. Well, he celebrated today in Japan. And if he would have kept that the investment, I think it'd be worth probably about $1 trillion today. I know. But the moment we went public, they sold it. They goes, wow, that's a miracle. And so
wow.
They sold it. Yeah, they sold it at NVIDIA valuation about $300 million. That's our IPO valuation, $300 million.
Wow.
And so anyhow, I was incredibly grateful. And then now we had to figure out what to do, because we still were doing the wrong strategy, wrong technology. So unfortunately, we had to lay off most of the company. We shrunk the company all back. All the people working on the game console, we had to shrink it all back. And then somebody told me that, but Jensen, we've never built it this way before. We've never built it the right way before. We've only known how to build it the wrong way. And so nobody in the company knew how to build this supercomputing image generator 3D graphics thing that Silicon Graphics did. And so I said, okay, how hard can it be? You got all these 30 companies, 50 companies doing it. How hard can it be? And so luckily, there was a textbook written by the company, Silicon Graphics. And so I went down to the store. I had $200 in my pocket, and I bought 3 textbooks, the only 3 they had, $60 a piece. I bought the 3 textbooks. I brought it back and I gave one to each one of the architects, and I said, read that and let's go save the company. And so wow. they read this textbook, learned from the giant at the time, Silicon Graphics, about how to do 3D graphics. But the thing that was amazing, and what makes NVIDIA special today, is that the people that are there are able to start from first principles, learn best known art, but re-implement it in a way that's never been done before. And so when we reimagined the technology of 3D graphics. We reimagined it in a way that manifests today, the modern 3D graphics. We really invented modern 3D graphics, but we learned from previous known arts, and we implement it fundamentally differently.
What did you do that changed it?
Well, you know, ultimately, the simple answer is that the way silicon graphics works, the geometry engine is a bunch of software running on processors. We took that and eliminated all the generality, the general purposeness of it, and we reduced it down into the most essential part of 3D graphics, and we hard-coded it into the chip. And so instead of something general purpose, we hard-coded it very specifically into just the limited applications, limited functionality necessary for video games. And that capability, and because we reinvented a whole bunch of stuff, it supercharged the capability of that one little chip. And our one little chip was generating images as fast as a $1 million image generator. That was the big breakthrough. We took $1 million thing and we put it into the graphics card that you now put into your gaming PC. And that was our big invention. And of course the question is how do you compete against these 30 other companies doing what they were doing? And there we did several things. One, instead of building a 3D graphics chip for every 3D graphics application, we decided to build a 3D graphics chip for one application. We bet the farm on video games. The needs of video games are very different than the needs for CAD, needs for flight simulators. They're related but not the same. And so we narrowly focused our problem statement so I could reject all of the other complexities, and we shrunk it down into this one little focus, and then we supercharged it for gamers. And then the second thing that we did was we created a whole ecosystem of working with game developers and getting their games ported and adapted to our silicon so that we could turn essentially what is a technology business into a platform business, into a game platform business. So GeForce is really, today it's also the most advanced 3D graphics technology in the world. But a long time ago, GeForce is really the game console inside your PC. It's, it runs Windows, it runs Excel, it runs PowerPoint, of course. Those are easy things. But its fundamental purpose was simply to turn your PC into a game console. So we were the first technology company to build all of this incredible technology in service of one audience, gamers. Now, of course, in 1993, the gaming industry didn't exist. But by the time that John Carmack came along and the Doom phenomenon happened and then Quake came out, as you know, that entire
Changed the world.
Quake was sick.
Community, boom, took off.
Quake was sick.
You know where the name Doom came from?
Mm-mm.
It came from this. There's a scene in the movie The Color of Money where Tom Cruise, who's this elite pool player, shows up at this pool hall, and this local hustler says, "What do you got in the case?" And he opens up this case. He has a special pool cue. He goes, "In here?" And he opens it up. He goes, "Doom." And that's where it came from.
Is that right?
Yeah, because Carmack said that's what they wanted to do to the gaming industry.
Doom.
That when Doom came out, it would just be everybody be like, "Oh, we're fucked.
Oh, wow.
This is Doom."
That's awesome.
Isn't that amazing?
That's amazing.
Because it's
Wow.
the perfect name for the
That's
game.
exactly what it
And
did too.
The name came out of that scene in that
Shook
movie.
it up.
That's right.
Games got way more
and then,
violent.
Of course, Tim Sweeney and
Got bigger.
Epic Games and the 3D gaming genre took off.
Yes.
And so if you just kind of, in the beginning was no gaming industry. We had no choice but to focus the company on one thing. That one thing.
It's a really incredible origin story. It's amazing. Like, you must be like, look
Started
back.
with a disaster is
That
what.
$5 million, that pivot with that conversation with that gentleman, if he did not agree to that, if he did not like you, what would the world look like today? That's crazy.
Oh, wait. Then our entire life hung on another gentleman. And so now, here we are. We built. So before GeForce, it was Riva 128. Riva 128 saved the company. It revolutionized computer graphics. The cost performance ratio of 3D graphics for gaming was off the charts amazing. And we're getting ready to ship it. We're building it, but so as you know, $5 million doesn't last long, and so every single month, we were drawing down.
At first, it was a lot of money. Now it doesn't last long.
You have to build it, prototype it. You have to design it, prototype it, get the silicon back, which costs a lot of money. Test it with software, because without the software testing the chip, you don't know the chip works. And then you're going to find a bug, probably, because every time you test something, you find bugs, which means you have to tape it out again, which is more time, more money. And so we did the math. There was no chance NVIDIA was going to survive it. We didn't have that much time to tape out a chip, send it to a foundry, TSMC, get the silicon back, test it, send it back out again. There was no shot, no hope. And so the math, the spreadsheet doesn't allow us to do that. And so I heard about this company, and this company built this machine. And this machine is an emulator. You could take your design, all of the software that describes the chip, and you could put it into this machine, and this machine will pretend it's our chip. So I don't have to send it to the fab, wait until the fab sends it back, test. I could have this machine pretend it's our chip, and I could put all of the software on top of this machine called an emulator and test all of the software on this pretend chip, and I could fix it all before I send it to the fab.
Whoa.
And
They
if
do the
I
same
could do
thing
that,
in
when
space.
I send it to the fab, it should work. Nobody knows, but it should work.
So they can.
We came to the conclusion.
So when it comes to simulators and everything, they create pocket universes so they can understand why different dark holes or suns react to certain things in the universe. You know, we're still figuring out physics, the physics of the universe. You know, there was a point in time during the Big Bang where the whole entire universe, okay, if you think of the scale is our whole entire solar system, okay, grew when the Big Bang happened. In 1/100000th of 1/100000th of 1/100000th of 1/100000th of 1/100000th of a second, the whole entire universe grew from the size of a golf ball to the size of our whole entire solar system. Okay. Within that much of a second. So things were happening. I say that to say this. Things were happening. This is what scientists just figured out, because usually we were under the impression of the law of physics. Nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. But during the creation of the universe, during the Big Bang, things were going way faster than the speed of light. Like way faster. And that's one time when they seen stuff like that happen. I don't know. I love space, and I love like astrophysics and everything. So I always I like learning that stuff and reading those books. But when it comes to simulations, this is how I got there. They create different simulations on just different problems, so in the universe, they just put in the different like measurements and everything, and then they just run different programs. Now that's different than a particle accelerator, because we have a particle accelerator on Earth that they um built, and it does exactly that. You get they generally get like two atoms or something, and they smash them against each other at like high speeds, and they create like small little like wormholes and dark holes, and well, not really dark holes, but wormholes more or less. And they study those. Look at this. What is this? I mean, we are going up. It's looking like an upward pattern. But no, look, there's a break right here. We didn't. Well, I mean, I don't know, it's looking bullish, but so I understand what he's talking about with the simulations and stuff, because we, uh, as in humans, we run like a lot of simulations on things, and that's a great way to do stuff like that, because we can't travel a million light years out the way. There's things that happens in the universe that happened 50,000 years ago, 60,000 years ago, like a star exploded or something, and we're just getting the light like today, you know? And that light is moving at the speed of light. So at the speed of light, things took 50,000 years to reach, to come here at the speed. So that's just, the speed, the amount of speed that, so I'm sorry for the sidetrack.
That let's take half of the money we had left in the bank. At the time, it was about $1 million. Take half of that money and go buy this machine. So instead of keeping the money to stay alive, I took half of the money to go buy this machine. Well, I called this guy up. The company's called ICOS. Called this company up and I said, hey, listen, I heard about this machine. I like to buy one. And they go, oh, that's terrific, but we're out of business. I said, what? You're out of business? He goes, yeah, we had no customers.
We have no customers.
I said, wait, hang on. So you never made the machine? They said, no, we made the machine. We have one in inventory if you want it, but we're out of business. So I bought one out of inventory. Okay. After I bought it, they went out of business.
Wow.
I bought it out of inventory. And on this machine, we put NVIDIA's chip into it, and we tested all of the software on top. And at this point, we were on fumes. But we convinced ourselves that chip is going to be great. And so I had to call some other gentleman. So I called TSMC. And I told TSMC that, listen, TSMC is the world's largest foundry today. At the time, they were just a few $100 million large. Tiny little company. And I explained to them what we were doing. And I explained to them, I told them I had a lot of customers. I had one, Diamond Multimedia. Probably one of the companies you bought the graphics card from back in the old days. And I said, we have a lot of customers and the demand's really great. And we're going to tape out a chip to you. And I like to go directly to production because I know it works. And they said, nobody has ever done that before. Nobody has ever taped out a chip that worked the first time. And nobody starts out production without looking at it. But I knew that if I didn't start the production, I'd be out of business anyways. And if I could start the production, I might have a chance. And so TSMC decided to support me. And this gentleman is named Morris Chang. Morris Chang is the father of the foundry industry, the founder of TSMC. Really great man. He decided to support our company I explained to them everything. He decided to support us, frankly, probably because they didn't have that many other customers anyhow. But they were grateful, and I was immensely grateful. And as we were starting the production, Morris flew to the United States, and he didn't so many words ask me so, but he asked me a whole lot of questions that was trying to tease out, do I have any money? But he didn't directly ask me that, you know. And so the truth is that we didn't have all the money. But we had a strong PO from the customer. And if it didn't work, some wafers would have been lost. I'm not exactly sure what would have happened, but we would have come short. It would have been rough. But they supported us with all of that risk involved. We launched this chip. Turns out to have been completely revolutionary. Knocked the ball out of the park. We became the fastest growing technology company in history to go from 0 to $1 billion.
So wild that you didn't test the chip.
I know. Well,
Right
we
into
tested
production.
afterwards. Yeah, we tested afterwards.
Afterwards, but he went into production already.
But by the way, that methodology that we developed to save the company is
The
used
Dow Jones
throughout the
is,
world today.
flat
That's amazing.
Yeah,
for
we
the-
changed
the
the
day. It was
whole
down.
world's methodology
came back
of
up.
designing
It's
chips,
still
the
been
whole
flat.
world's rhythm
Qs
of
are down
designing chips.
14%.
We changed
14%,
everything.
I'm sorry. Ooh, God.
How well
14%,
did you
sheesh.
sleep those days? It must have been so
14%.
much stress.
SPY has been teetering all day.
You know,
Between up 0.05% to down 0.05%.
what is that feeling where the world just kind of feels like it's flying? You have this. What do you call that feeling? You can't stop the feeling that everything's moving super fast, and and you're laying in bed, and the world just feels like, you feel deeply anxious, completely out of control. I've felt that probably a couple of times in my life. It's during that time.
Wow.
Yeah, it was incredible.
What an incredible success story.
But I learned a lot. I learned several things. I learned how to develop strategies. I learned how to, and when I'm, our company learned how to develop strategies. What are winning strategies? We learned how to create a market. We created the modern 3D gaming market. We learned how, and so that exact same skill is how we created the modern AI market. It's exactly the same.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly the same skill, exactly the same blueprint. And we learned how to deal with crisis, how to stay calm, how to think through things systematically. We learned how to remove all waste in the company and work from first principles and doing only the things that are essential. Everything else is waste because we have no money for it. To live on fumes at all times. And the feeling, no different than the feeling I had this morning when I woke up, that you're going to be out of business soon. That you're, the phrase 30 days from going out of business, I've used for 33 years. Because
You still feel that?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Every morning.
But you guys are one of the biggest companies on planet Earth.
But the feeling doesn't change.
Wow.
The sense of vulnerability, the sense of uncertainty, the sense of insecurity, it doesn't leave you.
That's crazy.
We had nothing. We had nothing. We were
And you
dealing
still
with
feel
giant.
that?
Oh yeah, every day, every moment.
Do you think that fuels you? Is that part of the reason why the company's so successful? That you have that hungry mentality? That you never rest. You're never sitting on your laurels. You're always on the edge.
I have a greater drive from not wanting to fail than the drive of wanting to succeed.
Isn't that like success coaches would tell you that's completely the wrong
I think
psychology?
the world has just heard me say that out loud for the first time, but it's true.
Well, that's so fascinating.
The fear of failure drives me more than the greed or whatever it is.
Well, ultimately, that's probably a more healthy approach. Now that I'm thinking about it, because like the fear.
I'm not ambitious, for example. I just want to stay alive, Joe. I want the company to thrive. I want us to make an impact.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's why you're so humble. Maybe that's what keeps you grounded. Because with the kind of spectacular success the company's achieved, it would be easy to get a big head.
No.
Right? But isn't that interesting? It's like if you were the guy that your main focus is just success, you probably would go, well, made it, nailed it, I'm the man.
Drop the mic.
Instead, you wake up, you're like, God, we can't fuck this up.
No, exactly. Every morning. No, every moment.
That's crazy.
Before I go to bed.
Well, listen, if I was a major investor in your company, that's who I'd want running it. I'd want a guy who's terrified of... Yeah.
That's what I work. That's why I work 7 days a week. Every moment I'm awake.
You work every moment
Every
you're awake?
moment I'm awake.
Wow.
I'm thinking about solving a problem. I'm thinking about...
How long can you keep this up?
I don't know, but so could be next week.
Sounds exhausting.
It is exhausting.
It sounds completely exhausting.
Always in a state of anxiety.
Wow.
Yeah, always in a state of anxiety.
Well, kudos to you for admitting that. I think that's important for a lot of people to hear because, there's probably some young people out there that are in a similar position to where you were when you were starting out that just feel like, oh, those people that have made it, they're just smarter than me and they had more opportunities than me, and it's just like it was handed to them, or they're just in the right place at the right time. And
Joe, I just described to you somebody who didn't know what was going on, actually did it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the ultimate diving catch like 2 or 3 times.
Crazy.
Yeah.
The ultimate diving catch is the perfect way to put it. It's just like the edge of your glove.
It probably bounced off of somebody's helmet and landed at the edge.
God, that's incredible. That's incredible, but it's really cool that you have this perspective, that you look at it that way. Because, a lot of people that have delusions of grandeur, or they have,
and
inflated.
Their rewriting of history oftentimes had them somehow extraordinarily smart, and they were geniuses, and they knew all along, and they were spot on. The business plan was exactly what they thought, and they destroyed the competition, and and they emerged victorious.
Meanwhile, you're like, I'm scared every day.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's so funny. Oh my God, that's amazing.
It's so true, though.
It's amazing.
It's so true.
It's amazing.
Well, but I think there's nothing inconsistent with being a leader and being vulnerable. The company doesn't need me to be a genius, right all along, right all the time, absolutely certain about what I'm trying to do and what I'm doing. The company doesn't need that. The company wants me to succeed. The thing that, and we started out today talking about President Trump, and I was about to say something. And listen, he is my president. He is our president. We should all, and we're talking about just because it's President Trump, we all want him to be wrong. I think the United States, we all have to realize he is our president. We want him to succeed because
no matter who's president,
that's
we should have
right.
that attitude. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
We want him to succeed. We need to help him succeed because it helps everybody, all of us succeed. And I'm lucky that I work in a company where I have 40,000 people who wants me to succeed. They want me to succeed, and I can tell. And they're all every single day to help me overcome these challenges, trying to realize what I described to be our strategy, doing their best. And if it's somehow wrong or not perfectly right, to tell me so that we could pivot. And the more vulnerable we are as a leader, the more
Hey,
able
what's
other
going on?
people are able to tell
What's
you,
your name? Robert
you know, that
Phillips.
Jensen,
What's
that's
up,
not
bro?
exactly right, or
Right.
have
Right.
you considered this information,
He
or
says a lot of gas being
the more
lost from the
vulnerable
Mag
we are,
7, but it's not draining the spy.
the more able we're actually able to pivot.
Whenever they make the bounce
If we
back,
put
there
ourselves
might
into
be
this
a bounce
superhuman
over the
capability,
breakout.
then it's hard for us to
Profit
pivot
dump.
strategy.
Yeah, that was looking
Right.
really
Because we
dumpy.
were
It's
supposed
looking
to be
really
right all
dumpy right
along.
here.
And so if you're always right, how can you possibly pivot? Because pivoting requires you to be wrong.
It's looking like a range.
And so I've got no trouble with
It's
being wrong.
within the range right now.
I just have to make sure
We see
that I
we
stay
see our
alert,
top end right there.
that I reason about things from first
We
principles
see
all
we
the
see our
time.
top 1, 2,
Always
3.
break things down to first principles,
If
understand
you want
why
to
it's
count
happening.
4 in the beginning, our last
Reassess
higher day.
continuously. The reassessing continuously is kind of partly what causes
Low, higher,
continuous
low,
anxiety.
higher,
You know,
low,
because
higher,
you're
low, higher,
asking
low.
yourself, were you
Now
wrong
this is
yesterday?
breaking the trend right
still
here.
right? Is this the same? Has that changed? Has that condition? Is that worse than you thought?
But God, that mindset is perfect for your business, though, because this business is ever changing.
All the time.
And
I've got
there's
competition coming from every direction.
so much of it is kind of up in the air. Whew.
And you have to invent a
84.50.
future
That's
where
a dollar swing.
100 variables are included. And there's no way you could be right on all of them. And so you have to surf.
Wow,
You
that's
have
a
to
good
surf.
That's a good way to put it. You
Yeah.
have to surf.
Yeah.
You're surfing waves of technology and innovation.
That's right. You can't predict the waves. You got to deal with the ones you have.
Wow.
But skill matters. And I've been doing this for 30. I'm the longest running tech CEO in the world.
Is that true?
Yeah, yeah.
Congratulations.
Is that true? Are you lying on my
You know, people ask
on
me
my
how.
podcast?
Is, one, don't get fired. I'll stop it short in a heartbeat. And then 2, don't get bored. Yeah.
Well, how do you maintain your enthusiasm?
Well, the honest truth is not always enthusiasm. It's, you know, sometimes it's enthusiasm. Sometimes it's just good old-fashioned fear. And then sometimes, you know, a healthy dose of frustration. You know, it's
Whatever keeps you moving.
yeah, just all the emotions. I think, you know, CEOs, we have all the emotions, right? You know, and so probably jacked up to the maximum because you're kind of feeling it on
You got
behalf
lower.
of the whole company. I'm feeling it
got
on
lower.
behalf of everybody at the same time, and it kind of, you know, it encapsulates
Hey man,
into
this is
into
my
somebody.
journal. So I usually
And
keep
so I
a
have to
journal
be
every day.
Mindful of the past. I have to be
Here
mindful of
goes
the present.
all
I have to be
my-
mindful of the future.
All the different
And,
dates and everything.
You know, it
Consecutively.
can't. It's not
We
without
have our
emotion.
dates up here.
It's not just. It's not
So we
just a
keep-
job. Let's just put it that way.
Cancel. So
It
we
doesn't seem
keep
like it at all.
Different
I would imagine one of the more difficult
different
aspects of
dates,
your job
different times.
currently,
It's all about
now
the
that
data.
the company is massively
We try and
successful,
keep good data.
is
Data
anticipating
important.
where technology is
There goes
headed
today's
and where the
data.
applications are going to be.
Yeah.
So how do you try to map that out?
Yeah, they're
Here, let me pause this. Let me explain this first. So today is Tuesday. I designed this whole thing myself right here. So throughout the dates, you're going to see changes all the time because, you know, I updated, things get better. So today's Tuesday, 12:04, SPY. This is the event side. So we had big news at 10. That was the this morning jobless claims, initial jobless claims. Pre-market, we had a high of 685.50, a low of 683.48. This is if we're like in a range or something like that. We have one gap below. I didn't put anything in for a high and low because we're going in throughout the day. I didn't put the open in. Usually I put different contracts that I'm looking at right here. I guess I can put the 890s, the December 5th 890s right here. We had a gap up. It was filled on the downside. And this is our timesheet right here. This timesheet is really important because throughout the day, different things happen. And it's good to see just the order. Trump isn't speaking today. But this is pretty much what I do on my channel. So we try and aim for good entries. We want good entries. You know, we're not going to get the best all the time, but we aim to get really good entries. You know, highs and lows. So this is why we're top ticking and bottom ticking everything. So if you're bullish, you know, I can give you the bottom tick of the day if you're bullish. If you want to buy your calls down here, I can give you the bottom tick of the day when it happens, live action. Or if you want puts, I can give you calls, and then sometimes like the channels and everything that we're in. So right now we're not really in no particular channel per se. You know, we hit bottom down here. We hit a couple lows. We tapped that twice. You know, we are range bound to the upside. We didn't break out to the up yet. It's kind of late, you know, but you know, there's a chance that we might get into it. Um, so that's where we are with that. You got any more questions or anything? Just hit me up. We're also on Discord too, so if you want to like talk, um, you know, I can also give you an invite to the Discord. So then, you know, it's just not typing.
There's a whole bunch of ways, and it takes a whole bunch of things. But let me just start. You have to be surrounded by amazing people, and NVIDIA is now. You know, if you look at the large tech companies in the world today, most of them have a business in advertising or social media or, you know, content distribution, and at the core of it is really fundamental computer science. And so the company's business is not computers. The company's business is not technology. Technology drives the company. NVIDIA is the only company in the world that's large whose only business is technology. We only build we don't advertise. The only way that we make money is to create amazing technology and sell it. And so to be NVIDIA today, the number one thing is you're surrounded by the finest computer scientists in the world. And that's my gift. My gift is that we've created a company's culture, a condition by which the world's greatest computer scientists want to be part of it. Because they get to do their life's work and create the next thing. Because that's what they want to do. Because maybe they don't want to be in service of another business. They want to be in service of the technology itself. And we're the largest form of its kind in the history of the world.
Wow.
I know, it's pretty amazing.
Wow.
And so one, you know, we have got a great condition, we have a great culture, we have great people. And then now the question is, how do you systematically be able to see the future, stay alert of it, and reduce the likelihood of
You see the wall
missing something or being wrong. And so there's a lot of different ways you could do that. For example, we have great partnerships. We have fundamental research. We have a great research lab, one of the largest industrial research labs in the world today. And we partner with a whole bunch of universities and other scientists. We do a lot of open collaboration. And so I'm constantly working with researchers outside the company. We have the benefit of having amazing customers. And so I have the benefit of working with Elon and others in the industry. And we have the benefit of being the only pure play technology company that can serve consumer internet, industrial manufacturing, scientific computing, healthcare, financial services. All the industries that we're in, they're all signals to me. And so they all have mathematicians and scientists. And so because I have the benefit now of a radar system that is the most broad of any company in the world, working across every single industry, from agriculture to energy to video games. And so the ability for us to have this vantage point, one, doing fundamental research ourselves, and then two, working with all the great researchers, working with all the great industries. The feedback system is incredible. And then finally, you just have to have a culture of staying super alert. There's no easy way of being alert except for paying attention. I haven't found a single way of being able to stay alert without paying attention. And so, you know, I probably read several thousand emails a day.
How? How do you have the time for that?
I wake up early. This morning I was up at 4 o'clock.
How much do you sleep?
Six, 7 hours. Yeah,
And then you're up at 4, read
Yeah.
emails for a few hours
Yeah.
before you get going.
that's right. Yeah,
Wow. Every day.
every single day, not one day missed, including Thanksgiving, Christmas.
Do you ever take a vacation?
Yeah, but they're, my definition of a vacation is when I'm with my family, and so if I'm with my family, I'm very happy. I don't care where we are.
And you don't work then? Or do you work a little?
No, I work a lot.
Even when you, like, if you go on a trip somewhere,
Oh, sure.
you're still working.
Oh, sure. Oh, sure.
Wow. Every day.
Every day.
Ooh,
Well, my kids work every day.
you make me tired just saying this.
My kids work every day. Both of my kids work in NVIDIA. They work every day.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm very lucky.
Wow.
Yeah. It's brutal now because, it's just me working every day. Now we have 3 people working every day, and they want to work with me every day. And so it's a lot of work.
Well, you've obviously imparted that ethic into them.
They
that
work
ethic.
incredibly hard.
I mean, there's
Unbelievable.
there's
But
no
my
other-
parents work incredibly hard. Yeah. I was born with the work gene, the suffering gene.
Well, listen, man, it has paid off. What a crazy story. It's really an amazing origin story. It really, I mean, it has to be kind of surreal to be in the position that you're in now when you look back at how many times that it could have fallen apart and humble beginnings.
But Joe, it's a great country. I'm an immigrant. My parents sent my older brother and I here first. We're in Thailand. I was born in Taiwan, but my dad had a job in Thailand. He was a chemical and instrumentation engineer, incredible engineer. And his job was to go start an oil refinery. And so we moved to Thailand, lived in Bangkok. And in 1973, 1974 timeframe, you know how Thailand every so often they would just have a coup. The military would have an uprising. And all of a sudden one day there were tanks and soldiers in the streets. And my parents thought, probably isn't safe for the kids to be here. And so they contacted my uncle. My uncle lives in Tacoma, Washington. And we had never met him. And my parents sent us to him.
How old were you?
I was about to turn 9, and my older brother almost turned 11. And so the two of us came to the United States, and we stayed with our uncle for a little bit while he looked for a school for us. And my parents didn't have very much money, and they'd never been to the United States. My father was, I'll tell you that story in a second. And
this could be the breakout
And so
right
my-
here that we were looking at.
my uncle found a school that would accept foreign students.
Well, I want to thank everyone for coming in.
And
I don't know who's in
affordable
here.
enough for my
I know
parents.
you have a couple people, but
And that school turns out to have been
please drop
in
a like.
Oneida,
I
Kentucky,
appreciate you
Clark County,
for
Kentucky,
getting our trades in today.
the epicenter of the opioid
For getting our
crisis
time
today.
in today.
Coal country.
I hope you
Clark
are
County,
confident.
Kentucky is
Right now, we're just catching up on
was
the
the
Jensen
poorest
interview.
county in America when I
During
showed
the
up.
lull times of the day,
It is
I
the
like
poorest county in America
to
today. And so we went to the school. It's a great school. Oneida Baptist
watch something
Institute
financial wise, stock
in
wise,
a town
stock related.
of a
I'm
few
sorry.
hundred. I think it was 600 at the time that we showed up. No traffic light. And I think it's 600 today. It's kind of amazing feat, actually.
It looks like it wants to break
ability
through
to hold
this,
your population.
85. It looks like we're going to get back up there.
When it's 600 people,
We're
it's
talking
quite a
all-time highs.
quite a magical thing. However, they did
All right, let's go.
it. And so the school
Man. Ooh,
had a
I'll be right
mission
back. I think it's the restroom.
of being an open school for any children who would like to come. And what that basically means is that if you're a troubled student, if you have a troubled family, if you're, whatever your background, you're welcome to come to Oneida Baptist Institute, including kids from international who would like to stay there.
Did you speak English at the time?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. And so we showed up, and my first thought was, gosh, there are a lot of cigarette butts on the ground. 100% of the kids smoked. So right away, you know this is not a normal school.
9-year-olds?
No, I was the youngest kid.
Okay. 11-year-olds.
My roommate was 17 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, he just turned 17. And he was jacked. And I don't know where he is now. I know his name, but I don't know where he is now. But anyways, that night we got, and the second thing I noticed when you walk into your dorm room is there are no drawers and no closet doors, just like a prison. And there are no locks so that people could check up on you. And so I go into my room, and he's 17, and we, get ready for bed, and he had all this tape all over his body, and turned out he was in a knife fight, and he's been stabbed all over his body, and these were just fresh wounds. Whoa. And the other kids were hurt much worse. And so he was my roommate, the toughest kid in school, and I was the youngest kid in school. It was a junior high, but they took me anyways, because if I walked about a mile across the Kentucky River, the Swing Bridge, the other side is a middle school that I could go to. And then I can go to that school, and I come back, and then I stay in the dorm. And so basically Oneida Baptist Institute was my dorm when I went to this other school. My older brother went to the junior high. And so we were there for a couple of years. Every kid had chores. My older brother's chore was to work in the tobacco farm. So they raised tobacco so that they could raise some extra money for the school, kind of like a penitentiary.
Wow.
And my job was just to clean the dorm. And so I was 9 years old. I was cleaning toilets, and for a dorm of 100 boys, I cleaned more bathrooms than anybody. And I just wish that everybody was a little bit more careful, But anyways, I was the youngest kid in school. My memories of it was really good, but it was a tough town.
Sounds like
Yeah, town kids, everybody had knives.
Oof.
Everybody had knives. Everybody smoked. Everybody had a Zippo lighter. I smoked for a week.
Did you?
Oh, yeah, sure.
How old were you?
I was 9, yeah.
When you 9? You were
Yeah.
9, you tried smoking.
Yeah, I got myself a pack of cigarettes. Everybody else did.
Did you get sick?
No, I got used to it, and I learned how to blow smoke rings, and breathe out of my nose, take it in out of through my nose. I mean, there's all the different things that you learn. Yeah.
At 9.
Yeah.
Wow. You just did it to fit in, or it looked
Yeah,
cool?
because everybody else did it.
Right.
Yeah. And then I did it for a couple of weeks, I guess, and I just rather I had a quarter, I had a quarter a month or something like that. I just rather buy popsicles and fudgesicles with it. I was 9,
Right.
I chose the better path.
Wow.
That was our school. And then my parents came to the United States 2 years later, and we met them in Tacoma, Washington.
That's wild.
It was a really crazy experience.
What a strange, formative experience.
Yeah, tough kids.
Thailand to one of the poorest places in America, or if not the poorest, as a 9-year-old.
That was my first experience. Yeah.
With your brother. Wow.
Yeah. No, I used to remember, and what breaks my heart, probably the only thing that really breaks my heart about that experience was, so we didn't have enough money to make, international phone calls every week. And so my parents gave us this tape deck, this Iowa tape deck, and a tape. And so every month we would sit in front of that tape deck, and my older brother Jeff and I, the two of us would just tell them what we did the whole month.
Wow.
And we would send that tape by mail. And my parents would take that tape and record back on top of it and send it back to us.
Wow.
Could you imagine if for 2 years,
Wow.
if that tape still existed of these two kids just describing their first experience with United States? Like, I remember telling my parents that I joined the swim team, and my roommate was really buff, and so every day we spent a lot of time in the gym, and so every night 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups every day in the gym. So I was 9 years old. I was pretty buff, and I'm pretty fit, and so I joined the soccer team. I joined the swim team because if you join the team, they take you to meets, and then afterwards you get to go to a nice restaurant. And that nice restaurant was McDonald's. Wow. And I recorded this thing. I said, Mom and Dad, we went to the most amazing restaurant today. This whole place is lit up. It's like the future. And the food comes in a box. And the food is incredible. The hamburger is incredible. It was McDonald's. But anyhow, wouldn't it be amazing?
Oh my God!
2 years.
Recording.
Yeah, 2 years. Yeah.
What a crazy connection to your parents too. Just sending a tape and them sending you one back, and it's the only way you're communicating for 2 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No, my parents are incredible. Actually, they grew up really poor, and when they came to the United States, they had almost no money. Probably one of the most impactful memories I have is they came and we were staying in a apartment complex, and they had just rent back in the, I guess people still do rent a bunch of furniture, and we were messing around, and we bumped into the coffee table and crushed it. It was made out of particle wood, and we crushed it. And I just still remember the look on my mom's face, because they didn't have any money and she didn't know how she was going to pay it back. But anyhow, that kind of tells you how hard it was for them to come here. But they left everything behind, and all they had was their suitcase and the money they had in their pocket. And they came to the United States.
How old were they at
pursued
the
the
time?
American dream. They were in their 40s.
Wow.
Yeah, late 30s. Pursued the American dream. This is the American dream. I'm the first generation of the American dream.
Wow.
Yeah, it's hard not to love this country.
First generation.
It's hard not to be romantic about this country.
That is a romantic story.
So right
It's
now,
an amazing
Trump
story.
is
And my dad
doing like a
found his
peace
job
deal
literally in the newspaper.
in like Rwanda or something. There's a treat coming
ads.
up in a half an hour.
And
I'm
he
looking
calls
for
people. Got a job.
it right
What
now.
did he do?
He was a consulting engineer in a consulting
For all the
firm.
Path of Exile
And
players.
they helped people build oil refineries, paper mills, and fabs, and that's what he did. He's really good at factory design, instrumentation engineer, and so he's brilliant at that. And so he did that, and my mom worked as a maid,
Is this the
and
official?
they found a way to raise us.
Wow. That's an incredible story, Jensen. It really is. All of it. From your childhood
Sir
to
Gog.
the perils of NVIDIA almost falling. It's really incredible, man.
It's a great story. Yeah, I've lived a great life.
You really have. And it's a great story for other people to hear, too. It really is.
You don't have to go to Ivy League schools to succeed. This country creates opportunities, has opportunities for all of us. You do have to strive. You have to claw your way here. Yeah.
But if you put in the work, you can succeed.
Nobody works
With a
harder.
lot of luck and a lot of
and
good decision making.
and the good graces of others.
Yes, that's really important.
Yeah, you and I spoke about two people who are very dear to me, but the list goes on. The people at NVIDIA who have helped me, many friends that are on the board, the decisions, them giving me the opportunity. Like when we were inventing this new computing approach, I tanked our stock price because we added this thing called CUDA to the chip. We had this big idea. We added this thing called CUDA to the chip, but nobody paid for it. But our cost doubled. And so we had this graphics chip company, and we invented GPUs. We invented programmable shaders. We invented everything modern computer graphics. We invented real-time ray tracing. That's why it went from GTX to RTX. We invented all this stuff, but every time we invented something, the market doesn't know how to appreciate it, but the cost went way up. And in the case of CUDA that enabled AI, the cost increased a lot. But we really believed it, And so, if you believe in that future, and you don't do anything about it, you're going to regret it for your life. And so I always tell the team, do we believe this or not? And if you believe it, and so grounded on first principles, not random, hearsay, and we believe it, we owe it to ourselves to go pursue it. If we're the right people to go do it, if it's really, really hard to do, it's worth doing, and we believe it, let's go pursue it. Well, we pursued it. We launched the product. Nobody knew. It was exactly like when I launched DGX1, and the entire audience was like complete silence. When I launched CUDA, the audience was complete silence. No customer wanted it. Nobody asked for it.
We're
Nobody
break the rules
understood it.
today.
NVIDIA was a public company.
What year was this?
This is let's see, 2006, 20 years ago, 2005.
Wow.
This does
Our
about
stock
this
price
bad
is
boy's about to break down. I mean, we did get up to that
I think
level.
our valuation
we have a
went down to
higher
$2 or $3
high
billion
later on in the count.
From
I don't know if you want to
12
count
or
this
something like
stack.
that.
You have to count this stack as higher highs because
I crushed it.
at 34 we were at
In a very
85.12.
bad way.
So that is the
Yeah, what is
higher
it
high
now,
right
though?
there. We never did
it's
break it.
higher.
Our highest
Very
point
humble of
was
you.
this
It's
new
higher,
point,
but
684.77.
it changed the world.
Yeah.
that invention changed the world.
84.77.
It's an incredible story,
67
Johnson.
points
It really is.
from breaking a
Thank
high
you.
Like
day.
your story, it's incredible.
My story's not as incredible. My story's more weird. It's much more fortuitous and weird.
Okay, what are the three most important milestones that led to here?
That's a good question.
Okay, what was step one?
I think step one was seeing other people do it. Step one was in the initial days of podcasting, like in 2009 when I started.
candles.
Podcasting had only been
When everyone is
around for a
enthusiastic,
couple of
the
years.
inverse eventually happens. That is so
The
true.
first was Adam.
It's
Curry,
like,
my friend, who
we
was the
looking kind of
podfather.
bullish, but
He
we're
invented
teetering. We didn't
podcasting.
break it yet.
And then,
680.
I remember Adam Carolla had a show because he had a radio show. His radio show got canceled, and so he decided to just do the same show but do it on the internet, and that was pretty revolutionary. Nobody was doing that. And then there was the
Alright, so we're
experience that
gonna
I had
watch
doing
some-
different morning radio shows, like
listen
Opie and
later.
Anthony in particular, because it was
Waiting
fun.
for that.
And we would just get together with a bunch of comedians. I'd be on the show with like 3 or 4 other guys that I knew, and it was always just looked forward to it.
There
was
is
just
so much
such a good
support and
time.
resistance, even
And I
at
said,
685
God, I
is
miss
a
doing that. It's
resistance.
so
Yeah,
fun
I
to do
know,
that. I wish I could
right?
do something like that.
Isn't that crazy?
And then I saw Tom Green set up. Tom Green had a
I mean,
setup
we're
in
on the
his
top
house,
end
and he essentially
of the
turned his
rotation
entire house into a television
in the
studio.
value area.
And he did
You
an
know,
internet show from his living room.
we're on the
He had
top end of
servers
it,
in his
but
house and cables everywhere. He had to step over
I mean, if
cables.
you want to short it, they're
This is
giving you
like
plenty of
2007. I'm
time.
like, Tom, this is
so you
nuts.
can,
like,
you
this
know,
is, and I'm like,
put
you
your
gotta
money
figure out a
in
way to
there.
make money from this. Like,
I
this
wish
is the
everybody
future.
in the internet could see your setup. It's nuts. I just want to let you guys know that. It's not just this.
Yeah. So that was the beginning of it, is just seeing other people do it and then saying, all right, let's just try it. And then so the beginning days, we just did it on a laptop, had a laptop with a webcam and just messed around. Had a bunch of comedians come in. We would just talk and joke around. And I did it like once a week. And then I started doing it
there's
twice
a lot
week.
of bulls up
And
there.
then all of a sudden I was doing it for a year. And then I was doing it for 2 years. Then it was like, oh, it's starting to get a lot of viewers, a lot of listeners, you know. And then I just kept doing it. That's all it is. I just kept doing it because I enjoyed doing it.
Was there any setback?
No, there's never really a setback.
Really?
No.
It
No.
must have been. Or
It's not the same kind
you're
of
just
story.
you're just resilient, or you're just tough.
No. It wasn't tough or hard. It was just interesting. So I just the
You were
whole-
never once punched in the face.
No, not in the show. No, not really. Not doing the show.
You never did something that big blowback.
Nope. Not really. No, it all just kept growing.
Mm-hmm.
It kept growing. And the thing stayed the same from the beginning to now. And the thing is, I enjoy talking to people. I've always enjoyed talking to interesting people.
I could even tell just when we walked in, the way you interacted with everybody, not just me. Yeah, that's
It's-
cool.
People
That's
are cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
You know, it's an amazing gift to be able to have so many conversations with so many interesting people, because it changes the way you see the world, because you see the world through so many different people's eyes. And you have so many different people have different perspectives and different opinions and different philosophies and different life stories. And, you know, it's an incredibly enriching and educating experience having so many conversations with so many amazing people. And that's all I started doing, and that's all I do now. Even now, when I book the show, I do it on my phone, and I basically go through this giant list of emails of all the people that want to be on the show or that request to be on the show. And then I factor in another list that I have of people that I would like to get on the show that I'm interested in. And I just map it out. And that's it. And I go, ooh, I'd like to talk to him.
If it wasn't because of President Trump, I wouldn't have been bumped up on that list.
I talked to you already. I just think, you know,
That's
what
funny.
you're doing is very fascinating. I mean, how would I not want to talk to you? And then today, it proved to be absolutely the right decision.
Well, you know, listen, it's strange to be an immigrant one day, going to Oneida Baptist Institute with the students that were there, and then here, NVIDIA is one of the most consequential companies in the history of companies. It is a crazy story.
It has to be
Yeah, that
strange
journey,
for
that
you.
journey is,
Yeah.
and it's very humbling, and I'm very grateful.
It's pretty amazing, man.
Surrounded by amazing people.
You're very fortunate, and you seem very happy, and you seem like you're 100% on the right path in this life, you know?
You know, everybody says you must love your job. Not every day.
But that's not that's
You know what I'm
part
saying?
of
Yeah.
the beauty of everything.
Yeah.
Is that there's ups and downs.
That's
It's like,
right.
it's never just like this giant dopamine high.
We leave this impression. Here's an impression I don't think is healthy. People who are successful leave the impression often that our job gives us great joy. I think largely it does. That our jobs, we're passionate about our work. And that passion relates to it's just so much fun. I think it largely is. But it distracts from, in fact, a lot of success comes from really, really hard work.
Yes.
There's
Yeah.
long periods of suffering and loneliness and uncertainty and fear and embarrassment and humiliation, all of the feelings that we most not love. That creating something from the ground up, and Elon will tell you something similar. Very difficult to invent something new.
Yeah.
And people don't believe you all the time. You're humiliated often, disbelieved most of the time. And so people forget that part of success, and I don't think it's healthy. I think it's good that we pass that forward and let people know that it's just part of the journey.
Yes.
The
And then
suffering is part of the journey.
you will appreciate it so much. These horrible feelings that you have when things are not going so well, you will appreciate it so much more when they do go well.
Deeply grateful.
Yeah.
Yeah, deep pride incredible pride, incredible gratefulness, and surely incredible memories.
Absolutely. Jensen, thank you so much for being here. This was really fun. I really enjoyed it, and your story is just absolutely incredible and very inspirational, and I think it really is the American dream.
It is the American dream.
It really is. Thank you so much.
All right, that's that. All right, so that was Jensen's interview with NVIDIA. That was interesting. That wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all. See your recap. I should see my recap. All right, we got 14 minutes for this stream. We will definitely be streaming this. We will be watching that. So, when I get like real quiet or something, I'm like watching it, or I'm like, oh my God, I'm going crazy. Well, it's because of that, So this week we're right now they're about to reveal the next league for Path of Exile 2. And then like we're getting the Druid. Druid is a whole new class, new ascendancies. It's going to be crazy. And that's going to be on the 12th. So I'm going to be playing a lot of Path of Exile 2 when this new league drops. It's going to be sick. I'm playing Druid something. Maybe like a summoner Druid. I'm going to see if I can get wolves. If I can get wolves, I want to have like a pack. That's going to be dope. Maybe they'll have like different animals that you can use or something. You can summon like you're a Druid. So I don't know. I think there's a tree form, wyvern form, a bear form. So we're gonna look for some other forms too. Maybe there's like a snake form, or I don't know. That'd be cool. But that's later on. 13 minutes. So I'm gonna be watching the shit. They woke up. Damn, they woke up. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I'm looking at something right now. is interesting. Hmm. All right, so what I have to do is I have to I have to get I have to set up a listening because there's things I want to look into with options. Too many options in play, just untradeable unless you're scalping. Yeah, options are definitely popular nowadays. I should have snapped a picture of what I seen. Pinning it until next Wednesday. LOL. What a joke. Yeah, that's why I went shopping on a couple things. There we go. This is what I was looking for. Hmm. I want to add some things to this list, to this particular list. This is interesting as fuck. No. Oh well, let's just get done with this. This should take a moment. Um, so I want to really. So there's something I want to start doing. I want to start looking for companies. Certain companies, so you can find option contracts that are laden and hidden, and you can do some crazy things with them. You can do some crazy things with them. So I want to keep an eye out on these things. Look at that. 16% on those things. Holy shit. Insane. Insane. Wow. 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 So I'm gonna start putting more time into that because you can find that gold like crazy. And you know what? We gotta start listening to Kramer. We gotta start listening to Kramer. We gotta start listening to Kramer. UVIX and VIX is down. That's pretty bullish for the market. Wow. Insane. I guess these might be good ones right here too to maybe look at. You know what? Let me put these guys in here too. Most of these are probably Sniper Gang. I'm gonna call this Sniper Gang. This watch list right here. Sniper Gang.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game
Right on the
Director on
money.
Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live.
Right on the
Today
money.
we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
Look at that number.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
Ooh.
What's wrong with him?
Ah, he's lost his bloody mind.
Yeah, I want my wolf back. Oh, a fucking dragon! Ew! Get the fuck out of here! Best class, get the fuck out of here! Stop! That's crazy! That's crazy! You could be a fucking dragon! Oh, they knew that shit was gonna be crazy. They knew that shit was gonna be crazy.
I will find you, Eve.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a
Diablo
human
2
last for a
spell.
significant
Official.
period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes.
Oh no.
The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you
10% more
consume
fireballs.
rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what the
No
Karui
way.
god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities.
No way.
True bear apocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack.
No
While
way.
an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now,
How many
one
wolf
problem
can
you
you
might
have?
run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off. Just like with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, let's talk about the third form available to the druid, and I think it's a cool one, the Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, And this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful?
Wet.
Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities.
Water
Use
your
Lightning Storm
plant.
with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all.
That's
So
sick.
fly around and burn in it.
That's so sick. Oh my goodness.
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems.
Spell
Totems are meta
Totems!
gems that
Let's
create a
go!
totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges.
Let's
You could use
go!
them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking
Yep.
about how best to take advantage of these.
Yep. Oh my
Now,
gosh.
of course,
Spell
along with a
Totem.
new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game,
That's crazy.
but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated Growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield.
Oh my god.
It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well.
Stop.
Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear.
That's funny.
There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The
Let's
Shaman
go!
channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now.
That's crazy.
The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future,
What?
and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree.
Whoa.
By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you.
No
For example,
way.
self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing their spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these.
Oh my god.
Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire.
No.
As a demon, you can
freaking
also use Molten Crack,
way.
a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now of course the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new
What?
league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses,
A
and with a new
bunch
story to
more?
tell.
You got
And this
more?
time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
No way.
Of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still
They
churn.
know they cooking. They know they cooking. They know they cooking. Oh!
The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal. A gateway through time. Travel into the past, again
Okay, that's not bad.
and again. Alter the temple, uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Just pull that fucking rug.
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Outthere, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Outtare's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Lera Vaal, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Outthere triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Outthere to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed. Outthere is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. but placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed. Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualotl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time. Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Quipalatl's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the soccer balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Veil works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Veil, you will get to face Outthere while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Veil herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Outthere communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Outtare's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the Fate of the Veil League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Veil does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets. hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 0.3.1, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance, and we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load, and to address that, a lot of things have been optimized, and we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue character effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's Level Up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalguran seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a Kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant Kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Vale secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vale League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though, is like, Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
yes.
you know, the like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. There's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure, where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, in this case, I'd say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow. And as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak. But
I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand. Sure. I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to. Normally, we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands.
I'm loving that shaman. I always play shamans.
Very smooth. The shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations, you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well. Which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you are a wolf instead. So you kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that adds a whole other complication because, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. Like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example. Like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, like being able to walk while also spinning it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago. Yeah, we were like trying to. This is not working. Right.
Like, well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And, like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Like I wanted to actually get this the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you can when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking,
when you're running
on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're
on
awesome. 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs. You start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
actually
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there. I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you've got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, bit of a tank. You actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like there's a kind of which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it
from
does.
Rage
From
expenditure.
rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources the wolf can generate? What are the ones the wife can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But but you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff, you can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you, like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free-flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we like to try and get. So, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. There's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class, you have the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game. And it's becoming growingly more complicated, but that's also what's fun about the game and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, there was the, I want to be all forms going between. There was the, I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon. And now we're getting a lot more of, I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly it does just spiral into like, oh my God, there's 20 million variables here. But it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing. Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form.
Yep.
And then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there was definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support gem. I'm like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Ziggy, don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed.
Okay.
There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this is intended.
Right.
And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know.
Sorry,
we'll
guys,
see where
not
that
again.
goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the
So-
fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage each time.
Right.
I'm like, that
Okay,
doesn't
that's interesting.
seem
That's very
intentional.
It's
interesting.
fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that because that's like
Okay. Fine.
ridiculously powerful. That
Yeah,
feels like way permissive. I was
Right.
like, this feels illegal, but that's like, you gotta let a few things in there
Nah,
that
it's
feel
fine.
illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have, maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? So
Yeah, you gotta.
we'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you've ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
Yeah, they'll see the thing not generating rage, and let's see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. It's just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket. The talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation to just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my quarterstaff monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In
Okay,
fact, it was one
cool.
of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for
Yes.
for the druid the whole time, and I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver.
Maximum effort.
It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But yeah, that was one of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, maybe they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But yeah, it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times
like,
for every
all
character
right,
class.
voice actors, everybody come back, and we need you to roar like a bear.
Exactly. But yeah, effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works, and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No.
form?
What I meant
No,
was
what?
is that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
Yeah, right,
like,
okay.
yeah.
damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique
but,
item territory for the future.
Yeah, well, it often gets talked about like the idea of like, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, oh well, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well with the weapon swapping, so you can still use skills from different elements, different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because like definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining like this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross synergy build.
Well, I
there.
mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Yeah. Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross-synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will
then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm like,
It's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got dex versus strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the like where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the strength int is like you've got the poison on the dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the on the strength int side. But that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because you know, the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, you know, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like, I do like the idea of being like a druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, druid, you buffed poison rangers. Yeah. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah.
All right, good, yes. And the rain buffing lightning skills as well, by increasing shock chance and stuff. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you've got plants and you got like nature and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. You know, so that was a.
You called them fairies. That's funny.
That was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we were looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and you know, like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, you know, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like, it's not really, there's like kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so, eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, you know, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
you know, it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like, it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strength int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually, like as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. Do something.
Sorry for my slight disingenuousness.
Cool.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefit. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got, like, you know, wings to, something defensive for block, or something for, you know, hard carapace maybe, or I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the wings.
So much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds.
Yeah, totally.
That sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or something.
There's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up. Shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking. Please, I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly PoE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got the armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, is a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, you know, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know what I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skinned thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin. As you there's like things like that we've added. But yeah, it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, yeah, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange. Like, you know, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can go full armor if you want, but
well,
yeah.
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah,
going
so
on
you could build more strength when you, depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor, in order to kind of make it so you are, like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and, you know, obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying, I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says "Do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with some, trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on what's it called? PoE one's is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But you know, it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it like, what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long. You know, so a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually, like, there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. You know, it's like, what are we doing with that? You know, it's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more. And you know, and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have any just like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it. And then, like, I have to wonder, like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expect. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had, like, 130 extra
so
passives.
So far.
Like, Why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's fun.
Because it's cool.
Okay.
Because it's cool.
That's
really
the
is
best
no other
reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like,
What more can you do?
I really
That
went
is
through.
so
I mean,
much
I know
fun.
we showed 2
This
examples,
is
but I
going
was
to be
like,
so crazy.
really want
I'm
to make sure
definitely
there's like
being
cool
Oracle.
off-spec
I'm
stuff
definitely being
here. I
an
want to make
Oracle.
sure that
I'm
if you
going
want to be able to
Oracle.
get
I'm
more of a
usually a
certain
shaman.
thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs
I always
passive
play
points to
shaman
allocate,
for
right? So
like
it's more
World of
about,
Warcraft for years
you know,
and years, and even
maybe
still
you
in the
want
card
some
game and
stuff
everything.
that
I
normally you'd
even
have to go to
went
the
pro,
deck section for
in
and
the
get,
TCG
you
playing
know, maybe some
shaman.
projectile related stuff,
So I'm
and now you can
definitely
get it
gonna
up
have
there
time. I'm
because it
definitely gonna
allows
make
for
it
some
Oracle.
kind of weird off class, and it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you
Whoa.
take? And so it's this
Oh,
interesting,
God.
like,
It's an
I don't know.
existential crisis as a
but
node.
That fits period. Right?
initially, I always do write my little blurbs about them to you know, get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class, and it's easy, by the way, to, as designers, to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
That, isn't it?
if we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider
oh,
the
no,
shaman
we'll do that as
stats,
well.
and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the oracle passives. And every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You know, you don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You know, you don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool. That's fun.
So many people.
Yeah, I mean, you
I
just,
love
like,
that.
I mean, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, you know, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, like,
I love the secret stuff.
Yeah.
I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final a secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you
want to do
never
more
know.
of that, don't you? I can tell. Look at you.
It's
Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I actually,
Crazy.
I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned or out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan. I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon, because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear, and everything will affect you in your movement.
absolutely,
Animal
right.
forms. It's
Absolutely.
not like, I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting
Right.
you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swap. So you've got two weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I never have to actually go in and
No. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability. So therefore, you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works.
Like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. And so like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that. Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
But
more
mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Vaal expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made 2 separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like 2 completely clashing themes in the trailer. So in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these 2 things in a kind of reasonable way. So in the end we decided to go with 2 trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
And they're not connected. Like
not at all, right?
Right?
They're not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
That was total accident, by the way. It was just like 2 totally unrelated.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like,
right.
Yeah, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat.
So
going on now.
There's a few things going on there. So like initially, this League, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like, you know, literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like of a
make sure you give yourself time.
It doesn't feel like
Remember,
the world is on your
week.
shoulders
FOMC
like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the League. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate. It's like, okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms. Like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past. You've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make 2 versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the League has a lot more going on, and it just doesn't kind of you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror gothic secondary 3 dimensions deep of like I'm in the past or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. There's a ton of variations of those where for like each act we're like, in like for each area we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin, stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
The Peru 1 style, betrayal basement. You just okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like, this makes sense. I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Vaal is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Vaal stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Ezomites went in there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing. Yeah. So I'd say that like it does sort of. I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, obviously, when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms of
like PoE 1 level kind of.
Yeah. And then this one here, I think like, you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE 2, like, post release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league. Like it needs to be quite sizable and good. And it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because you sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but it's wrong. And honestly, the scope did explode a little bit because when we, I think that one of the things. So when I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like, and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE 2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff. And it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. There's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I mean, we could take some inspiration from what PoE 1 did with Incursion, in terms of double corrupts and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE 2 context. There's just a lot there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say
no. So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it.
Yes,
then, I mean, everyone's going to think that the game we're inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that's for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because I mean, it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. And one of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of like of writing it, like, which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made look really awesome. But that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah, I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things, and just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing,
it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
And I just like coming up with all little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and try to make each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. Yeah. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like does it like fully reset at some point? Like for example, when you kill at Zeri or
It never fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. That's just that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can, yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. I mean, once you've defeated at Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff, and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize, because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill it Zeri, then it will it'll only pull you back I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah.
And we wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example, at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So you can,
or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
anywhere
runs,
in between.
10 runs
Nice.
if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it.
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1 where you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but the thing with the killing architect and Atzeri destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've now on PoE 1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time. Which, you're not wrong. Except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of entire board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
yeah, that's true. You've already
we've thought about it, but it can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it, going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well, so yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with, I mean, even if you, again, it's
the thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah.
Because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, it's
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully, but I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE 1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE 1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things you can trade. Like that, like trading the rewards was the reason why we did our temple itemization in the first place. Just if this time people were just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8. I mean, Val orbs aren't even in the game at that point. Yeah. So you have this thing where. It's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. Yeah. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for in-game.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game?
Yeah.
You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you're like just going on a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
yeah, I mean the temple. We it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, you could. It seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later.
Well, you always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what?
Yeah, it felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Nice.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That's story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropping here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that, it fills that budget, so to speak. Of
you're getting a lesser jewels or bin Keth or something like that, like kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in PoE1, you never Valorb gear. Well, I don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So yeah, you have to Valorb land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more, because like you've got that really high end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier risk now in some cases.
I like it.
That's the Val spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So.
so you actually have to though, like it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft first and then you can apply the double craft.
Okay, cool. It keeps the usefulness of the Valords there as well to kind of.
Yeah, I didn't want to Valords to just. I mean, you'd still use them on lightweight stones or whatever, but I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore, because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, I'm not sure if I do want to do that, just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of it in PoE1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
not
is
Adziri, Val uniques. Yeah, so we initially, I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But the problem is, yes, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Val uniques, for obviously thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still crazy, like there's still sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So you can create some.
You can use it on non-Val. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE1. So it like re-rolls. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Val items because they've been like infused with royal bloodline blood. And so it's like the way it works on Val uniques is different to just random uniques, where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here, and just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Val. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Val unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Val uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, So all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, Now, these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Val pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other,
now,
So, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things with specific uniques, it's a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, ones at the end.
I mean, you've also got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes, true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Val unique. So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two... Because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, something 1 divine to 300 divine, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad. But we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new, like, Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Val.
Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, a bunch of stuff. So
it's a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then? Like,
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val uniques.
Right.
So yes.
But in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
In terms of the overall idea of, upgrading low-level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever discuss the idea of Val skill gems? It feels like weird to add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in PoE 1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, So it's like we're kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's like the glory on the skills.
Glory kind of like,
yeah. That's what I figured. That it's kind of like you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value at this point. I think.
Now that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got all the classes and skills in place and all that. I would say that's like a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc. Post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. It basically was kind of like during early access, it doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch, we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery contents in the new acts, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like? On that?
Well, we don't have anything to say at the
yet.
moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so but right now, nothing.
All right. So on Endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the Delirium Fog.
Yeah.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the Endgame, but not only that, like, you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the tablet waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right? Like, the fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying, so that was the first thing to solve. And it really then started coming into, okay, well, like how, like, people are finding waystone crafting more annoying, and we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, like, it just made it not not particularly great. So the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? Like, and effectively we're kind of like, we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about like, which league do you want to run for different, for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like, if every league gave you something that you needed to like craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, from this point on, just like waystones, they will get regular, they'll have the regular crafting with just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again like a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which helps a lot. And then, of course, the question was, well, how can we make sure that we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into, how can we get back the, the power you had? So that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that, in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion. So what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like, you don't have immediate, like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do, and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention, and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
Like, so, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something. And that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Puppet League, which has been pretty successful?
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
there's stuff we want to do.
We're a bit of trying not to spoil anything here. We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar. It's like, it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard, because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
and tricky. So I do want to put, like, people should keep giving feedback, because I don't want people to think, they're reworking it in game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything, just in case. You never know.
There's also different parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the, just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So
But yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change, and then the something that like Peewee one with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions, and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure, and there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that, and like, you know, the burning monolith, but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing, now I'm going to farm, you know, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, you know, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from Peewee 1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, you know, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And you know, there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance, and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing it in 050, we'll just leave the fog alone. Yeah. Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was, well, like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah, kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh, damn. Oops. It was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, you know, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's the guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
they can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one, because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. But we kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the you know, like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we like, what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But you know, overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things, because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like, you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that can do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning speed.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful. So
the need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE, you're still going to be wanting clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so you know, the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like, you know, not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation there.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand, because monsters just get stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, you know, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, pack size, pack size, and stuff like that. So, but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, you know, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to, at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize, well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but you know it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler. And I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas Tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level. You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, oh, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. Feels a bit more, you know, intentional. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is, I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas Tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like ideally you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas Tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
I mean, that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with, I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, you know, we did get to see a little bit at Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like there's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like, noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE 2, when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this, is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where, like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content. And so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is, we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal world be the case that killing a rare versus killing a white monster is, does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? So that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So, but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just,
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to, in order to kill them, as far as relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then.
For sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, the little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like, every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really, like it wasn't really that great. So it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vow, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
You know, but it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. You can't have my loot. But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4 too, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
appear on the minimap.
The
funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But
so
that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon.
Every
So
strong boxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay.
Just so basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map activating them all and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of just meant to be a like, look, you've explored at least, I mean, like, if there's generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Right. It's about getting those last things, and
and then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground.
Yeah.
Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, yeah, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But, you know, that's a perfect example of, again, it's, you know, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback. Because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently, and so yeah, it's
a good case study. Because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that, because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the like I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing here,
this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because like, oh, I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, like that is really bumming me out, and then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change then. Nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Yeah. You just said rare monsters and I just had this random like, wait,
what more
did
words
we
can
do
I
that?
say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But yeah, everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is this something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together like be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how which they're all different, right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and you know everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to like nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class starts on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class starts were stronger than
you get stuff, the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately that's what it comes down to is like if my gear if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason
that
for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, we want like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously
just one of
that's
the
not entirely base in
Entirely,
Theory 1,
no,
but you
but
you have base life.
Yeah,
technically kind of is,
I get what you
as
mean.
in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more of that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
Like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So, like, the tree will just continue to evolve, and, like, we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it, and now we've obviously just added all the druid ones, but not just that, like, we added more, like, ignite support around the mercenary, for example, this time, like, as in 040, we're doing that, and then there's, some changes to, like, more prod speedy stuff, because, like, we were, like, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale, and it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen, and so like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, so we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's going to just, honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? Because there's a lot of ES scaling and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
I guess
going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming, but we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee-jerk reaction nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot, it's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest, is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
A little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of
that is still the intention, yes. That is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care, And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguine is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about. And all of a sudden now, you've pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well,
cool.
Look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And
shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very. Considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh. You want to update. You want to make new. There's always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad quite a little time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But you know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, you know. That's fine, which yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot. And even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and it was something where like you would you sort of had this baseline of like some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one, that was the kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so that the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have to look at it, but I'm sure Mark you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this, like, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was... W's. I particularly was like, I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So,
how do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably. But like they I don't think that that they were quite right for PoE 2.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff
We'll talk more on the
It's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry. But there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole, I have this perfect wand, but I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular
power.
That still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. The increase in the mana cost. But
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like
that might be it.
And that's it. It's just it's if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall,
it's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah, added damage we removed because you just ended up doing. a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being.
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling though back when we did that, of this inevitable, like we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that because like it is a very useful tool, but I think it's just I think it kind of sucks as a thing personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra.
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't. I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So if you want, like, it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you, well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better, but that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem, but it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
I mean, you
focus
actually
every
made
time?
a ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through your campaign.
Yes. So when we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a hole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with? The slow, heavy hitter. And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these weapons, bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base DP. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not nothing make or break, but like it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but you know, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, you know, week to come and or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So yeah, I don't know, just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our you know, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
I think we nerfed it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace them in the mod pools that like in order to make it work. And it's like, this is the annoying thing. It's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod. Like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like, for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, right. Because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with. Again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, there's some formula somewhere, you know, that no one has access to, except for us.
You've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like, misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value? But that is at conflict of removing it. So, you know, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like, we can't say like the number of the like, well, okay, that sounds a bit weird, but what I mean by that is like, it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like, it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like, it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we just drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like, it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that. And that's why, like, the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of, yeah, I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated. And there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point, even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. I
think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
Like, and that's very, very difficult. Okay, I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should Dex
Jesus,
give?
What do we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
Through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only if you're a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense.
Cool.
Oh, no. Okay. on the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. Just in terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with, like, the balance between the elements and lightning damage
I'm not going to
overall?
say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think, all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable. So, again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious. So at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like, it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure, like cold was
But
intended to be
ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So, like, while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because, you know, you need to, you know, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So, you know, that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but that's what I mean, right? Because
and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah, shock. I mean, shock is pretty hectic.
Like,
kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there. Then, you know, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So, like, already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, you know, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like, even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure. Yep. So even if it was meant to be those three ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say chill isn't strong. Not to say freeze isn't also obviously powerful. You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there, and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change. But yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. You know, it's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do, for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where. It's scaling with like hit damage and crit, so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
of like
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough, I mean, well, yeah, it is, as you said. It's just, well, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's yeah. I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like, I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything or anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Yeah. Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah, 100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong. Like, for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So, like, now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like, the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So, yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to... I want to see how it goes, but I definitely... feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually, because it, I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good. And so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that. And so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, that's obviously right, let's just change everything, and now item gearing is just ruined, because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So yeah, fine-tooth comb, being very careful with it, for sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Omen of homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall I like them, yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general?
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss crafting now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that, I think, played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
sure, there'll be a few number of changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there. Yeah. Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place, but nothing like no significant change to that at this point for sure. But it's still there when you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons where it's like, oh, this thing's here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
Yeah, I think it's 6. And each give throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the league had. And then in-game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it. And
awesome.
You want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of Vile stuff too. Well, the new Vile stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like, if we have a end-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that. Finally, we can put that in our review mirror. Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to analyze.
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So, you know.
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like, the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like, there is to an extent the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play, they gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result, like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like, retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like, it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because, when it comes right down to it, like, our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like, we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? Like, how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyperfixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people like the league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are.
Like, at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others,
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good. Yep. So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think, 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of end-game runes where you can now only use one of them. And it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the movement speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got. And, you know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind
there.
of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like, I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move
faster.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but
I've been more on that side of things, like maybe make some of the maps a little smaller so that move speed's less important. I feel we don't like mandatory mod items on. It was that topic. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thanks team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point. Yeah,
we're at the same stance on that really. Which is, it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on. You know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely. But is that
we've done number buffs at the very least, yes. I think almost every ascendancy class has some level, like honestly some of it is like one node changed, some of it like for example Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like we got rid, I mean Pathfinder just did that, we got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes, I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
Been
changes
pretty
everywhere.
in the thick of it.
I think the patch note currently lacks... we have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like, when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like, we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. So here's the thing, now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like sort of different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is I think we're still doing, I've held back from the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is, and that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like, I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, bosses ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that, and done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing, will, yes.
Okay.
It just, what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
it's quite. There's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game, and it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it. It's like doesn't count as well.
But
it's like a half ranged weapon. I guess
Stormwave really melee, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
I know we need swords. I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are. From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It seems it's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Swords are a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
Kind of a lot better now for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game, but certainly the gap has narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually, but yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing when you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be? If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already, up
nice.
at the top tier, generally.
Great. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like, druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
that might have
they
been
were like
a long time.
That was actually for the huntress.
Yeah. Oh, okay, weird. Yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably
like,
not anytime soon.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time. And yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time, but it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but like, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems, because the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
Looking forward to it, so I can
actually
do inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but
controller inventory. Oof, no.
But
okay, good news. It's being worked on daily. It sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So it'll be. I really want it to be next year. But
we certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. Certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
you need to do.
We want people to play the game still and enjoy it, and do what we want to do. But so you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like, we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean, that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
So that's what needs to happen first. So
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you were saying, like looking at the side-by-side footage was like, it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure, like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan, but effectively, like, I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. And, traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Like now, There's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So yeah, and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They, consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. And yeah, it's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because, like, the thing with multi-threading is that, like, yeah, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. But yeah, effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. Yeah, I probably should make like a video on exactly like some of the like go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And even it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that like, oh, we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and yeah, like it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's not even, it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is like I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point like when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and like I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And yeah, as I said, like already it's so much better now. But yeah, we'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. That's great news. Patch notes are here.
All
so
right.
we will end there and let
no
people
one's interested
go
in listening to us
read
anymore.
the
They've got,
patch notes.
they've got
all right.
stuff.
Everybody's gone.
Yeah.
No, thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure to talk to you once again, and I look forward to checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for watching.
Camera's on, so I'll just look at you.
All right, I'm out of here. I'm about to go listen to the patch notes.
All right.
I know someone's gonna put something up about it right now, so
I'm looking at it now. I'm like, we could
I'm
still
about to listen to
theoretically
that,
make this quite a
as
bit
you
faster
can
than
hear.
it even.
All right, deuces.